I3, Brad. Is that a top hat?
Why, yes, my good sir, it is a top hat, and that is very nice of you to notice.
Can top hats be a color that's not black?
Oh, certainly.
I say, Sprocket, this SC Brad man is a distinguished gentleman. That SC Thomas fellow, on the other hand, what is that ghastly thing on the top of his head?
Got top hat potential. I don't think that is a top hat though. I think it's like,
Like a
more like
straw
a
hat?
brown.
And what exactly would be the purpose of a straw hat?
But what's the piece on top of it?
It's a
like
flower. That's a
flower.
flower.
A flower? My God, man, they are gears. They are the wheels of progress.
Is that a monocle? That's the only reason I think it might be a top hat is because there's kind of like
That's a
little
monocle.
monocle on it. So who's
We need to
it?
know.
L3?
I will suffer no more of this. Sprocket, my pistol. Who am I kidding? These lads don't own a pistol. Yeah, I had to share that one more time. I had to share it one more time because it was funny as hell. It was funny twice. What's up, guys? It's Friday. It is Friday. And now I'm going to do the horrible, horrible thing to you. Think about the Rebecca Black song. It's Friday, Friday. Yeah, now you're all going to hate me. Stuck in your head. Nothing you can do about it. It's like the chicken dance song. It's the chicken dance song that's stuck in your head now too. Da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na. This is torture with Jahlon on a Friday. Frost is out. Frost won't do it anymore. Frost is peacing out right now. You know, it's funny. Rebecca Black said years later she hates the song too. She hates the song too. But I mean, imagine starting off your life with about $1 million in your bank account. I mean, that would be the best way to go about it. You know, my life is so horrible. I have $1 million. Yeah. So it's a good Friday, man. My head's pretty clear today. I still am definitely suffering some side effects of that concussion earlier this week. $1 million is not a lot. Nabs, do you have $1 million in your bank account right now? I just want to know, Nabs, do you have $1 million liquid? So yeah, $1 million is a lot of fucking money. Okay, I hate when people ever say that $1 million is not a lot of money. Bull fucking shit. $1 million is a lot of money. Okay, $1 million is a lot of money. I don't know. People always say that shit. Well, if you won $1 million, you wouldn't be set for life. No, you wouldn't be set for life with $1 million. But let's talk about what $1 million would do for you. It would take care of your housing, your utilities, your car for the rest of your life. Do you already have $1 million? Yes, Brawley, I do actually have $1 million. I am a fucking millionaire. It's a weird thing to say, just like Ben Affleck from The Boiler Room. but I have $1 million and I'm liquid. I don't have a house payment. I don't have car payments. I don't have any payments. So yeah, you know, so when I say $1 million is a lot of fucking money, $1 million is a lot of fucking money. So since you wanted to ask, you wanted to be a smartass, I'll give you the answer. Yeah, I do. So with that, it's Friday. Yeah, you buy a house. Imagine starting off. Most Americans, I can't speak for the rest of the world. Most Americans, they struggle just to pay for their housing every month. They spend the first like 10 or 12 years of their life living in apartments, making somebody else money. Never live in an apartment. Never live in an apartment unless you can avoid it. Unless you can't avoid it. Living in an apartment, I know people that are living in apartments paying more in rent than they could get for a mortgage. So they're paying for somebody else's. They're paying somebody else's mortgage. Yeah, Sparky's in the situation where he owns 2 houses, renting one of them, and then the problem with being a landlord, the problem with owning property, the problem with renting out property to people is people get it in their head that landlords are getting rich. Landlords aren't necessarily always getting rich. Well-off established landlords, when they're on their 6th or 7th or 8th house, or they're on their 2nd or 3rd or 4th apartment building, then they're starting to get rich. But a lot of people are like, my landlord is making all this money and he treats me like shit. Your landlord may only own one building. Some people got to remember, you don't know, all you know is your side of the table. You don't know the other side of the table. With that said, today's already been a strong day, man. I've already been up. Second part of my back therapy this morning. I get physical therapy, massage therapy, and then I get chiropractic adjustments. I know in Europe, some of you don't like chiropractors because you think they're the crystal doctors and the healing waters. In America, no. Our chiropractors have 4,000 hours of hands-on experience when they get their license. Plus, I can't always get my neck popped by doing that, so I gotta get her to realign it. It was good. We got to be smart on who your tenants are. Yeah, the problem is that you only get X number of dollars in a security deposit from the tenants, and then they turn around and they trash the place. It ends up costing you more than their security deposit. If I can ask you a question, what do you say about 60% MSCI World, 30% emerging markets, 10% Bitcoins? So I'm old, man. I don't understand the concept of Bitcoin. I've looked at it a couple of times. I don't understand why everybody is getting involved in monopoly money, because that's all Bitcoin is. Bitcoin isn't backed by anything. Bitcoin's value is arbitrary. So I have 0%. I have 0% in Bitcoin. I'm old fashioned, man. I like shit that has a value. Bitcoin is going to take over. No, Bitcoin's not going to take over. And here's why. Bitcoin is great for all the people who are getting involved in it, but there's no tangible, like if you came to me and you owed me $10,000 and you're like, well, I've got Bitcoin. I'd be like, great. Now, do you have $10,000? Do you have $10,000 worth of gold? Do you have $10,000 worth of silver? Do you have stocks that you can transfer to me? Do you have bonds you can transfer to me? Do you have good old-fashioned green pieces of paper with dead presidents on it? No, you only have Bitcoin? Well, then what I'm going to tell you is you go trade your Bitcoin for something of tangible value to the rest of the planet, and then you come back to me. Bitcoin is monopoly money. Unless somebody can give me something more than that. I just got done looking at it again for the start of 2021. It's an who decides what Bitcoin is worth? It's not traded on, it's not at the level where it's like, this is worth this. And I mean, keep in mind, stocks aren't worth what they're supposed to be worth either, because people are stupid. Stocks should be representative of the value of one share of stock should be representative of 1 divided by the total number of shares of stocks of the company's holdings. In that case, Disney stock should be worth, and let me just give you a real quick stock analysis here. Oh no, Disney stock is falling. I'm losing money. So here's the interesting thing, and I can do Disney off the cuff because I have Disney stock. Disney's long-term debt is $53 billion. Disney's long-term debt is $53 billion. But Disney's stock is holding at $171 a share. So the value of a company is, thanks for the subscription. The thing is people are trading Disney stock at $171 a share. But the company's $53 billion in long-term debt. So everybody, everybody is trading in stocks right now. It's like I said a couple of shows ago, unless you can afford to lose money, don't get in the stock market right now. Wait till the stock market makes its correction, because it's going to make a correction. Unfortunately, I think that correction is coming. I think that stock market correction is coming next Wednesday, but we'll see. But money doesn't equal gold equivalent either. Not 1 for 1, no. But I can go and take $100 and go buy $100 worth of gold. Well, let's do $2,000 because it's a little bit more realistic. I can go take gold price per ounce. What's the gold price per ounce today? $1,800. So I can go take $1,800 out of my bank account right now. I can go to a hard currency dealer and I can get an ounce of gold. I can get an ounce coin, a 1 ounce coin, or I can get a 1 ounce bar of gold. And then that becomes a tradable commodity. It's a long-standing tradable commodity. Now, our money used to be based on a silver standard. And if you're ever looking at your money, if you ever get a $5 bill or a $1 bill that says it's going to have like this blue tint on it and it's going to say silver certificate, keep those. Don't spend those. Keep those in your house. Those are more valuable. It's interesting because a $5 silver certificate is worth more than $5. You have a property manager. They do their risk and analysis of rental history and credit reports. Most of my tenants have been great, just the last ones. Usually people treat their rentals like their own, or at least they want their security deposit back. These last ones, they were dirty diapers left around, dog waste. They left so much stuff. Just haul off cost me $1,000. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Renters cause problems for all future renters. Let's see. I'd rather invest only 10% because it's kind of risky to invest, but it has a yearly win rate on around 200%. But what do you say about the 60-30 if I put in €1,800 a month? Probably if you have €1,800 a month to be investing, then invest it. Invest it however much you want. However, realize if you're investing €1,800 a month, you're going to risk losing all your money. You're going to risk losing all your money. You are under the impression that the redemption of silver certs has expired. It is, but the dollar itself, the bill itself will sell for more than the face value. People will buy the silver certificate from you for more. It's a $5 silver certificate, but traders and collectors, they'll spend more than $5 on it. You hear about the dude who forgot his Bitcoin password? Yeah, I mean, I know people that have forgotten Bitcoin passwords. I know people that have thrown out hard drives, lost jump drives with Bitcoin on them, which is part and parcel of the I don't understand the way this shit works. I mean, you're literally dealing with monopoly money because it's worth this much today because somebody says it's worth this much today. I don't understand. I'm not shitting on anybody that deals in Bitcoin. In fact, if you deal in Bitcoin, make your millions. I just wouldn't expect Bitcoin to be around forever. And if you're holding on to all this Bitcoin, shit, what's Bitcoin's value today? Bitcoin's value today is $35,725. Fucking, if you own a Bitcoin, fucking sell it. Fucking sell it. I don't know why you wouldn't sell it. I don't know why you wouldn't sell it. Take the $37,000 and do something with it. Have fun with it. Burn it. Buy a new computer. Go on vacation. So yeah, the only way to be secure with Bitcoin is to occasionally trade it out for real money. Yeah, I agree with that statement. I 100% agree with that statement. 100%. Get the money, get a tangible hard currency into your pocket. But life is not always a risk. I rather think I invest that money. I stay liquid with 16K and the rest I invest. If I don't, I burn a year of money alone from inflation. No, you don't. See, that's all bullshit too. If you don't invest money, you don't lose a year from inflation. Because if inflation worked, the way everybody chicken littles this shit, the sky is falling, then gasoline in America would be like $18 a gallon now. Milk would be like $40 a gallon. Inflation doesn't work the way people make it seem. Inflation works because people in 2007, 2009, they all lost their fucking asses in the mortgage market, but that was because there wasn't the regulations that we had, and people were taking advantage. First of all, mortgage companies take advantage of you right now, because if you don't know, and this is for my American friends, you pay this thing called PMI, private mortgage insurance. But let me explain how this works. You pay the premium for an insurance policy that absolutely doesn't benefit you at all. You own a $200,000 house. You've paid off $100,000 of it. You owe the bank $100,000. You lose your job. You can't make your payments. The bank forecloses on your loan. The bank isn't going to sell that house for $190, take their $100 and give you the other $90. The bank is going to take that house. They're going to look at it and they're going to say, this isn't an asset worth $200,000. This is a debt worth $100,000. They're going to sell your house for $100,000 and you don't get shit for it. But keep in mind that you paid PMI. And if you haven't refinanced your house, you may still be paying a private mortgage insurance policy on your house for the bank that makes sure the bank doesn't lose any money, but they don't give a shit about you. And all this comes about because people thinking that they make $30,000 a year can afford a $300,000 house. And this all goes back to everything in my show, everything in my world is interlocked and interrelated. This happens because when you were in high school, nobody sat you down and taught you what your entitlement is by your job and then how much house you can afford. If you are making $30,000 a year at a stable job that you're not likely to lose, I hate to tell this to you, but you can afford $90,000 worth of house. I see people all the time with a $30,000 a year job that have bought a $180,000 house, $220,000 house. They can't afford it. They can never get ahead of their mortgage. You think the mortgage company doesn't structure your payments in order to make sure that they get the most money out of you? They absolutely do. And then everybody else with like a sideline Monday morning quarterback bullshit advice, giving you advice on how to get out from under your mortgage. They're all, I love the people that are giving people mortgage advice, and I say, well, how many homes do you own? And they say, well, I'm still paying my mortgage. Hold up. You're still paying your mortgage and you're running around telling people how the fuck to save all this money and how to get out from under their mortgage. If you knew what the fuck you were doing to get out from under your mortgage, you wouldn't have a mortgage. So when people say to me, well, what about you? I say, I don't have a mortgage. I don't have a mortgage on any. I don't have a mortgage on any of the property that I own, because mortgages are you making the bank rich. So now I told you guys, I will give you, I won't hold anything back. I will never hold anything back if you ask me a money question, how to get ahead, because it doesn't cost me anything, because this game isn't poker. This game is blackjack. I don't suddenly lose anything by helping you not get fucked by the system. I'm already set. I'm already established, and I'm already liquid. So when I say to you, if you want a $300,000 house, you need a $100,000 a year job. And they're like, no, you can't, because you're not factoring in property tax. You're not how many people buy a piece of property and they forget the 10%? If you own a $100,000 a year piece of property, you have to have 10% set off in a nest egg for the oh shit moments. My furnace blew, my sewer line broke, my house got hit by lightning, and my entire house's electrical system got fried and melted. These things happen. A window broke, a storm broke out 2 or 3 or 4 of my windows. And then this is what people always say to me. Well, that's what I pay homeowners insurance for. Really? Let me explain to you how homeowners insurance will work. I have double pane windows on this house. I gotta upgrade the windows. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for windows here, because I don't know if I'm keeping this house. But if 2 of my windows broke, my homeowner's insurance isn't going to give me the exact windows back. They're going to give me what is known as, quote, comparable windows. So you may end up having to replace, on the front of my house, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 windows on the front of my house. The storm breaks 2 of them, but what they're going to put in isn't going to match. So I end up taking that opportunity to upgrade all 7 of the windows. Well, the homeowner's insurance is just going to write me a check. Again, where does the rest of that money come from? That $10,000, 10% of your home's value. People never have that nest egg. So I just crushed Browley, his idea of getting financially independent in the future. Browley, let me explain real quick, big picture. Any money, the moment that you put money into the stock market, for 90+% of people, 90+% of people who put money in the stock market, just go ahead and tape that money to a boomerang, throw that boomerang out the window, and hope it comes back. Once you put it in the stock market, wave goodbye to it, because it's a high probability of being gone. How many people do I know lost their asses last March when the stock market did this? Oh shit. And how many people do I know that fucking panic sold when the stock market went down? I told people in January and February, I said, I'm pulling out of the market. I'm leaving the market. I'm all my money's coming out, and I'm just going to leave it sitting in my investment portfolio. I'm not going to draw it as realized gains. I'm going to draw it as cash for my investment account, but I'm never going to touch it. The brokerage firm is going to hold it. I pulled all my money out of the market in I think January 20th. I had sold off everything. March came along, that fucking dip. My wife was talking to me. She was like, what are you doing? I was on my phone all the time, all day. I got my buy orders, all my buy orders are set, but none of them are highlighted. I can't execute because I can't buy at that price yet. And it was outside of the range of an advance order. And so we're at lunch one day and I did this. I was like, oh yeah, pop it. Now I didn't get it at the price I wanted. I got it at about $5 higher than I wanted, but it happened. But I could have lost everything in the stock market and still been fine. The money in the stock market are chips on a poker table. You're gambling it. You're just gambling it. Just so you know that. So what should you do? Take what you can afford to lose and put it in the stock market. Put the rest into a money market account. An S&P 500 index, an index fund, a mutual fund that's going to give you a solid 7-8%. I mean, if you go chasing the 200% returns, realize when you're chasing the 200% return stocks, there's a couple of winners, but because there's a couple of winners, there's a whole lot of losers. If you're chasing the 7 to 9, the 7 to 11, the maybe 15s, you're going to make money, but you're not going to make a ton. What about dividends? I reinvest my dividends back into the stocks because I don't like to have the actualized realized income, but that has to do with my personal situation. So I just keep reinvesting the dividends back into the stocks. Nobody's paying a good enough dividend right now. Nobody's paying a good enough dividend to be chasing dividend stocks, chasing blue chip stocks. Don't trust the calculators on the mortgage websites. They are misleading. Yes, the fuck they are. They are way misleading. They way overestimate what you can afford. It's like this. Really simple. Really simple. This is what you can afford for a house. How much do you make after taxes? How much do you make after taxes? Times that number by 3. That's how much your house can cost. You want a nicer house, get a nicer job. You want a nicer house, get married, have 2 incomes. I wish I could go back and pay more on my monthly towards principal on my first house and save refinance at the 5 to 10 year mark. My mortgage advice is always, I wish I'd known or done X because Y. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you don't realize this, if you have a mortgage, take your mortgage payment. How can I put this? Once you have a 3 to 6 month nest egg, and right now it's right. I understand it's almost impossible to build a 3 to 6 month emergency nest egg right now. But once you have a 3 to 6 month nest egg that you could pay your mortgage, all your utilities, and put food on the table, any medicines, very minimal entertainment, because you guys know I don't believe in budgeting for entertainment. Replacement clothes, very small amount, because if you're not working, you shouldn't be tearing up clothes. Once you have that 3 to 6 month nest egg, 100% of your additional income should be going onto your mortgage. Because unless you are a fucking investing genius, you are never going to make money faster to outpace your mortgage. Now, there's people out there. Well, at that Get Rich seminar that I went to, this guy told me, yeah, that guy fucking told you something. But let me ask you this. When it comes to the Get Rich Fast scheme advice, if that guy knows how to get rich fast, why is he wasting his fucking time on a Saturday at a seminar teaching you how to get rich fast? Because if that motherfucker, like, real talk, guys, real talk. If that guy has the secret recipe card, if he's got the secret notebook, if he's got the Sherlock's Holmes, if he's got Moriarty's notebook for all the secrets to how to make 200, 300, 400, 500% return on his stocks, why is he wasting his goddamn afternoon on a seminar? Because that's boring as shit. You know why he's at that seminar? Because the seminar holders are paying him $250,000 to be there and talk that day. He's making his money. He's making his money on the seminar. He ain't making his money on stocks. He's got just a little bit enough success that if he gets investigated, he had just a little bit enough success in the stock market to be legit. But he's doing the seminar for the money in his pocket. It's the same thing with these real estate. It's the same thing with these real estate seminars. Because real estate works like this. I don't want more competitors in the real estate market. I don't want you selling real estate. If I'm a real estate agent, I don't want you selling real estate. I want less real estate agents because I can handle multiple buys and multiple sells at a time. These real estate seminars, the person giving the seminar is getting a big fat check. These how to do house flipping seminars. Let me ask you a question. If the guy is really making all his money flipping houses, why the hell is he giving a seminar on a Saturday? And why isn't he at the house he's working on flipping the house? Because time is money. The guy gives 7 seminars in 7 weeks, travel and all this other bullshit. He's not flipping houses to make his money. He flipped enough houses to make a little bit of money so that he could start a seminar program and be legit and be authentic. You got to know when people are selling you a bunch of bullshit. As a young adult, you're looking at buying a home. So forgive me this question, which might be basic intrusive. How did you pay off your mortgage quickly? Or did you not have a mortgage to begin with? The way I paid off my mortgage is every single dime, penny, anything that I had above and beyond my nest egg went on top of my mortgage. Because the way your mortgage works is, a lot of people think that they know how a mortgage works because they're applying the mortgage principle to a personal loan. The way a personal loan works and the way a mortgage works are 2 radically different things. And I'm not going to spend a bunch of time explaining the differences. But a lot of mortgages already have the interest preloaded into the front. And so they ask you to pay $359. We're going to do something realistic. They're asking you to pay $1,359 a month on the mortgage. But what you don't realize is 20% of that is a PMI payment. So you have a part of that that's not even going towards your principal or your interest. It's going to their insurance policy. And then you've got money that's on top of the interest, because you're constantly fighting the interest down. Private mortgage insurance. It's a fucking scam. It's not private mortgage insurance. It's cover the bank's ass and then you get nothing out of it. If you can't put 20% down on your house, if you can't, VA loans a little bit different. My VA brethren, we got a little bit something different. So, but they can't get VA loans, so we don't talk VA loans to the masses. If you can't put 20% down on the price of the house, don't buy the house. It's too much house for you. Figure out a way to get 20% down so you don't have to pay PMI. It's just that simple. Do I have a Jahlon on mortgages? No, but that's probably a damn good idea. That one's gonna take me a bit though. I gotta fucking chart that. I gotta chart that different. Yeah, VA is different. Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, it is worth it 100% to serve in the United States military in order to get that VA access to those VA loans. Sparky talking about his roof. He had a leak in the roof. It was determined to be improper installation. So insurance wouldn't cover the roof, but they would the inside water damage. Except the damage was less than my deductible, so they didn't pay anything. Yeah, exactly. Brawley, you say, why should you sell stock if you understand the system in terms of shares go up and down? If the price is down, I'd rather buy more shares than panic sell it. I mean, it's not like I need the money right at this moment that you invest. Except the problem is a lot of people getting involved in the stock market think they can put $10,000 into the stock market in January. They can make 20% or 30% because they're hearing these other people say they're making 20% or 30%. And so they're thinking that they can turn their 10,000 into 12,000 or 13,000. But a couple of the things they forget is that, number one, if they take it as short-term capital gains, this is Americans, by the way. Again, I don't know the tax systems in the whole world, but Americans are forgetting if they take it as short-term capital gains, then they're going to pay 20% tax on it. And they put money into the stock market that they don't have to lose. Remember, like I said, you put money in the stock market, open up your window, throw the fucking money out. Maybe it blows back in with some more. But once you're putting it in the market, putting money in the stock market right now. What's the Dow trading at today? The Dow is trading at 30,000 today. Okay, there is no reason for the Dow to be trading at 30,000 a day, but it just keeps going up. It goes up. It's on a bubble. It floats. It goes up. It goes up. It goes up. The truth of the matter is, nobody should be investing right now. People should be holding on to their money. Oh, we might get schwacked here. This is a 4, and we got 36 people. Oof. Come on, we gotta crush these buildings before turtles start coming out. Kill the turtle factories. Sparky and his fleet of flying whatever pigeons. Heard people say there might be another preview today. No, I doubt it. I doubt it. Uh-oh. We got too many turtles. Come on, Sparky, kill the turtle factory. There we go. I like it. I like it a lot. Good job. What's in the box? Is Guntag here? No Guntag. Every time the 200 box comes up, we got no Guntag. No Guten Tag. Let's see. 2, 3. This is a 4, 3. We're gonna go with the 2. All right. Let me go over here to we'll do the mage video. Yep. Depending on your investment choices, expect return and mortgage rate. It may be more lucrative in the long term to prioritize tax incentive savings before paying off the house. It's possible, but it's very, very rare that that's going to happen. It's very, very rare that that's going to happen because here's why. Of course, if your company is matching, if your company is ever doing a percentage for percentage matching, you should be investing the max that they'll match, period. But more often than not, it is better to get your mortgage cleared off the plate, because once you have your mortgage cleared off the plate, you can spend. You've already been living with say your mortgage is $1,300 a month. You've already been living without that $1,300 a month for years. There is zero excuse why you can't turn around and take that. You miss a couple of years of investing, you know, there's zero reason why you can't turn around and invest that $15,000. There's no reason why you can't turn around and spend one more year not spending it and invest that $15,000. And that's going to be a huge catch up. I mean, obviously you can only put in, X amount into your Roth IRA. I like my Roth IRA. I like my Roth IRA because all of my gains are tax free because I put the money in post tax. So my gains are post tax. But unfortunately, since I don't have a job, I can't put any more money into IRAs. Sad face, put it in other places. Alrighty, well, sorry to spend the first 30 minutes of the show on Jahlon on life, but that's what you get when you come to my show. Because I'm just. Oh, hold on. I hope my wife did yes, please. Hope my wife brought me a coffee. Ortis subscribed for 4 months of tier 1. I appreciate that. I appreciate that immensely. I did want to tell you guys, I contacted the studio. I finally got all the monies from the show, all the taxes. Well, all the taxes are paid. All the debts are paid, all the taxes are paid. And I got all the money collected. I contacted the studio, and their external third-party work is currently closed. So I need a designer. I need a designer. And all these people want the contract, and then I asked them for their portfolios. I am not saying that I got anything against artists that are basic. However, I'm not basic. I want the channel to have a little je ne sais quoi, you know, a little that thing I do not know, but I want it. And all these artists contact me. They send me these things. I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to be offensive to you, but I'm not looking for the $25 Fiverr artist here. I'm looking for like the $2,000 graphics studio. I want custom animations. I want custom panels, custom alerts, custom transitions. So I'm looking for somebody who either is looking for a big payday and they can chop it up into bits, but I'm not looking for somebody who takes 10 minutes and cranks out panels and charges somebody $5, right? I'm not looking for the $30 an hour artist. I'm looking for like the $180 an hour artist and that level and that piece. But I want to let you guys know, I did contact the studio now that I had the money, and they're like, we're full, contact us daily. Be like, thanks guys. You could have told me because I could have loaned the corporation money again, and then it could have just paid me back. Oh, why haven't they? So with that, I see some of you contributing to the gift card giveaway. Remember, those gift cards come out of my pocket, and I'm more than happy to do that. You guys helped offset some bills in 2020. The company took over the websites, so that's nice. The company pretty much took over everything, so now I can give away stuff out of my pocket. So the hell was that? I always watch behind me. The cats like to climb. They think my new shelves are jungle gyms. I want to jump over to Reddit before the Geiger meter starts to tell us that we're too high, and I want to look at a couple of these posts. So first of all, guys, if you're gonna use Reddit, fucking paragraphs. Like, if I understand that a paragraph can be 6 sentences. On Reddit, your paragraph should be like 3 sentences. Has anyone stopped to think that come launch, there will be guilds and players starting on the exact same server that, due to geographical limitations and time investments required to build things such as personal boats, faster mounts, might not even cross paths for upwards of days, possibly even weeks? Yeah, try months. So try months there, buddy. You're going to have people that, since these are the 4 starting areas, These are the 4 starting areas in the world. It may take people months to cross paths. Months. And I say that legitimately. You probably aren't going to go adventure in the whole world at first. You're going to spend the first part of the world building up your location, and it takes many weeks. The statement is many weeks for a metropolis. So, you know, you just saw a YouTube video using my Jahlon avatar. Well, give me a link so I can go crush them for doing that. Because that's no good. You can't steal my fucking shit. You can ask me if you can use it. So yeah, if you got a link, give me the link. Check your YouTube play history. But anyway, you might have people take 2-3 months to get a metropolis built in their area. They may not go travel. There's 5 metropolis in the world that need to there's 5 metropolis that need to get taken care of, get built. 1 second. Let me go take care of that. There will be voice over internet in the game. However, it will not be all the time. It will be in parties, it will be in raids, and it will be in parties, it will be in raids, and it will be in taverns. So, 1 second. Let's see. Okay, I gotta file that later. I don't mind if people want to talk to me in advance, but when you're going to very deliberately use my avatars in your video, I have to unfortunately I have to listen to it. Unfortunately I have to listen to it and make sure he doesn't hit the fair use things. But yeah, okay, content creators, if you're out there, if you're going to use somebody else's avatars and you're going to try to like fucking do that piggyback bullshit with another creator's IP, talk to the creator and at least have opened up the dialogue with them that you want to use their IP. But yeah, I'm going to take care of that because that's bullshit. I got to listen to it, but chances are the dude didn't get both feet inside of the fair use box. And you know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like these big corporations that copyright claim your stuff so that they get paid. Fuck that. I'll just copyright strike it. I'll be like, you didn't have my permission to use my intellectual property, to use my commercial protected imagery. So fuck you. No, I didn't. He doesn't have permission. Nobody has permission to use my avatars. Nobody has permission to do any of that shit. If they talk to me, I'd be cool about it. Talk to me, do a collaboration. It's like, here's how you grow properly as a content creator. You talk to the person whose icons you want to use, because that person, I'm gonna tell you right now, the only reason why that person named their guild the example Ashes 101, all that person wants to do is use the Ashes 101 name, because they're trying to be like, oh, Ashes 101 is in this video, let me take a look. All that dude had to do was contact me and say, hey man, I'm thinking about do you want to do a collaboration? And then the guy could have sent me a couple of lines. I could have read a couple of lines in Chibi's voice for him, or I could have done like a quick I pop in the video and be like, yeah man, this map looks pretty good. I think you really got a handle on it. You guys should listen to this guy. He's got Professor in it. I run Ashes 101. I like a guy with the name Professor. Now, well, the dude has pissed me off because he took my shit, tried to use it, and what he's done is he's put his channel at risk of getting a copyright strike. Because like I said, I view it as, hey man, you pissed me off, here's the copyright strike. I'm not going to claim it. I'm going to strike it. And the best part about strikes is once you take down the video, the strike remains against you. You get struck because you've already proven you're going to steal. Taking somebody else's intellectual property and running with it is theft. I know people get all mad about DMCA, but you're using somebody else's work. It was like the person who designed the original Chibi contacted me and got mad that the new Chibi is a trace of the old Chibi. And I'm like, first of all, no the fuck it's not a trace. Second of all, you drew it for me, and when the company had nothing, when the company had nothing, I compensated you. Okay? When the company had nothing, I compensated you the best I could with the company having no resources. But here's the original Chibi, and here is the updated. And the person was like, well, this is just a trace. And I was like, no, because there is some significant differences between these two characters. A nose, the eyes are different, the eyebrows are different, the pauldrons are different, the head is angled differently. Chibi has hands, Chibi has arms, Chibi has feet, Chibi has a codpiece. So I understand the person was like, you should give credit to the original artist, but it's not a trace. It's an upgrade. It's an advancement. It's like, and then the way the person approached me pissed me off too. Approach me like, hey, I'd like to know why you're not using the avatar I drew for you anymore. Well, I contacted you and asked you to do an update, and you said you don't do that style of artwork anymore. It's like people don't learn how to engage with other people anymore. People don't learn how to engage with other people anymore. And communication is the single greatest skill that you can have. If you don't have good communication skills, you're not going to go very far in life, because you can have the very greatest idea and not be able to share that idea with anybody. Nobody's going to understand your idea because you can't communicate it. So, don't you love those people that are posted with the blurb about fair use, then proceed to do nothing but show the clip? Yeah, somebody got mad because their channel got copyright struck by Shroud. Now, Shroud, no doubt, isn't the person who issued the copyright strike. Shroud's manager, Shroud's management company, Shroud's attorney, Shroud's agent, Shroud's staff person that he pays to protect his interests was doing their job. Well, I only used an 8-second clip. Well, it doesn't matter if you used a 1-second clip. You didn't have permission to. Coffee. Thank you. Shout out to Tamir. Brought me coffee. I love coffee. Will there at least be proximity chat like actual chatting? No. No, not actual chatting. Will there be proximity chat like typing? Yes, that's called local. But proximity chat, guys, we've talked about proximity chat before. Proximity chat in an MMORPG is garbage. It's garbage. First of all, people, I love the anecdotal evidence people use for the success of New World and proximity chat being successful. No, proximity chat wasn't successful in New World. There were some douche canoes in New World with proximity chat as well. I don't need to hear you chewing. I don't need to hear you talking to your mom. I don't need to hear you, yelling at your cat. I don't need to hear you screaming at the neighbors. I don't need to hear you raising the desk your 2 inches that you can because you forgot to mute your mic. I don't understand why that would be happening during a raid, but it happens. It happens. And basically people like to scream, people like to yell. It's all completely unnecessary. Let's be honest. Oh yeah, proximity chat, baby crying, dog barkings, vacuums, bad music, people screeching into the microphone just to hurt other people's hearing. So I wish Intrepid would just abandon the fucking idea. Just abandon the idea. I'm not going to even have proximity chat activated. It would enable more RP, I think. Who fucking cares? Okay? Who cares? You're talking about a feature that's going to help less. I'm going to be generous here. I'm going to be real. I'm feeling generous because I got a coffee. The server population is going to be 10% RPers at most, and I'm being generous, and take it. Don't leave it. Take that and run with it because I'm giving you 10%. Proximity chat helps 10% of the population, and it annoys 90% of the population. Bad feature. I think RP is the people that want to RP. First of all, a lot of people RP in game and they don't use voice chat. Second of all, voice chat opens up, just so you guys are aware. And I don't think anybody in my community is a fucking deviant, but I do want to remind people that there are really, really strict penalties for inappropriate sexual content with a minor child. You shouldn't be flirting with people in online games that you aren't 100% sure are of the age of consent. And I know some of you are going to say, but we're not having sex. And I'm going to say, yeah, and what you're walking right into is some dangerous territory called grooming. And that is going to have the federales at your door just as quick as if you did anything physical. So I'm just gonna point that out to you. There are going to be people, you're going to hear about it. You're going to see in MMORPG.com or Massively. You're going to hear about some scandalous thing where somebody got visited by the federales, the FBI, and they were convicted of inappropriate sexual conversation with a minor child. But she told me she was 16. In the state of her state, doesn't give them the right to consent at until 17. I hate that I can't say backlog grooming at work because of the scandalous term. Yeah. And that's one of those terms that nobody wants to talk about. They talk about the Twitch guy who who's coming back to Twitch, but he's been accused of grooming minors. And I said, well, that's gross. And Twitch can ban him if they want to. And then people are like, his freedom of speech. His freedom of speech doesn't mean shit to Twitch. Like I tell people, Twitch has the right to ban you for any reason. What if you made it so parties would be easy to add people so you can talk to people? Yeah, that's called Discord. It's called TeamSpeak. That's called Discord. That's called TeamSpeak. Because here's how it works. If I join your party and you're like, we're using proximity chat, I'm going to be like, peace. Because if I join your party and you're using proximity chat, you're all scrubs. Because if you were serious, one of you would have a Discord server or one of you would have a TeamSpeak server set up, because it's going to work like this. You judge people based on the advancement. You judge people based on the advancement that they do with their character. And having outside comms set up is a definite check mark of this person's serious. And truthfully, EVE Online tried to do in-game voice chat and nobody used it. But just the fact that it was running lagged the game to shit. So, yeah, we don't need voice chat in-game. Fuck it. Abandon that entire thing. If they absolutely positively have to have voice chat for taverns, which taverns I'd be okay, then do what Heroes of the Storm does and have integrated Discord voice chat, and it works just fine. And that way, people will already have one step in the door towards Discord. Will some materials be more abundant in some biomes? You bet your ass they will. You bet your ass. You think you're going to find Arctic foxtails in the desert? You think you're going to find cactuses in the Arctic region? Yeah, there are going to be materials that are not only more abundant, but are only found in certain biomes. There are 8 people in a party. There are 40 people max in a raid. Yeah, 8-person parties. So, and then I get complaints about that. People are like, well, I don't have 7 friends. I don't know then. Maybe you should work on making friends. I don't have 7 friends. Anyway, back to our Reddit thread that we left so unceremoniously. So, has anyone stopped to think at launch there will be guilds that are on the same server that due to geographical locations, they won't run into each other for days, possibly weeks, possibly months? Come launch, your guild could find itself with a mortal enemy right next door, not realizing that your true mortal enemy is across the map, and you just don't even know it yet. Well, no, you couldn't have that because your guild's mortal enemy is your mortal enemy. You don't have 2. Your mortal enemy is your arch nemesis. I guess emphasizing guess, we're probably talking upwards of a month or more before anyone can even guesstimate a legitimate top guild on any of the servers beyond a regional basis, let alone even compile anywhere near a complete list of guilds unless there's a server-wide guild page, because it will generally take that long to build ships and caravans, level the troops, and generate the alliances necessary to then pave, defend, and expand a viable cross-continent trade information route. No. You know how long it's going to take to figure out who the top 5 guilds are on the server when the 5 castles get taken? It's like this, man. You're either a castle holding guild or you're second fucking place, and second place is nothing but the first loser. You either hold a castle or you don't. There isn't a rack and stack ranking of guilds. Fuck S tier. There's A tier guilds, and those are monarchs. You're in a member of a guild that has a monarch. If you're not, you're in second place, and everybody else is in second place. We're really good at. Hold on. What? We have a missing cat. The cat needs her meds. The S tier guild will hold more than 1 castle. I don't think it's going to be possible for a guild to hold more than 1 castle. It's definitely possible for a it is definitely possible for a an alliance to hold more than 1 castle. But I don't think a single guild I don't think there's a single guild that's going to be able to hold, because a guild is only 300 people and Castle Siege is 250. And you're going to run into the fact that you're going to have to defend 2 castles with 250 people. Plus, it doesn't make any sense to have a single guild hold 2 castles, because then 1 monarch is holding 2 dragons, and it would be better to have a sister guild hold the other castles so that when you guys need 2 dragons at a fight, you can have 2 dragons at a fight. Now, I will say this, in my list of things that I'm really worried about, I am really worried about Castle Siege Declaration. I am really worried about Castle Siege Declaration, and Steven knows I'm worried about it, and Steven has said that he's confident that when it's all said and done, everybody will be comfortable with it. The thing I really appreciate about Steven, and I say this all the time, dude listens to feedback, and Steven has realized one of the things that Steven came out of the box with was, like most young leaders make the mistake, because you guys know I mentor leadership. Most young leaders make the mistake of, they come out of the box and they say, well, here's my diploma, here's my resume, here's my pedigree, here's what I am, here's who I am, and all these things. And the problem with that is, well, I've been playing video games for this many years. And then I turn around and say, well, excuse me, if that's going to be your justification for everything, that it's based on how many years of video game experience you have, then my opinion's better than yours because I'm older than you and I've been playing video games longer than you. So please come up with a better answer. And he's become more refined. He's become more refined. And the best part is he's learned how to take people who have an issue with him, listen to their concerns, and then if any of you play Sylvanas in Heroes of the Storm, you know one of her talents is the ability to convert enemy minions to your lane. And he's really developed the ability to listen to people that are making good arguments and then put those people in his pocket and make those people his advocates, because all he has to do is this. I see. In the back of his mind, he really wants to jump in and he really wants to argue and he really wants to debate because he wants to be right, because we all do. Every single human being, when they get into a discussion, they want to be right. That's why people find it so hard to apologize, because apologizing is saying not only you were right, but a true apology says, yes, you were right and I was wrong and I'm sorry. People don't like that second part. They want to be like, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. They always want to leave out that and I was wrong. So Steven has learned over the last couple of years, maybe I should listen to some people that have more gaming experience than me. Maybe I should listen to people who have a more diverse gaming experience than me. Because Steven, while he played a bunch of games, he hasn't played all of them. He hasn't been a top tier guild leader in every single game. There's a ton of games out there he hasn't played. He hasn't guild led in. He hasn't experienced. He's really learning the ability to say, I'm going to take that feedback. Well, I have a huge problem with the castle declaration system. I have a huge problem with it because I know exactly how to exploit exactly the system they're designing, because that system that they're designing, I ran a guild that exploited and helped other guilds hold their castles. So I know how that works. I know how that bullshit works. So that's why I like Steven, that he listens and he adapts, and he's really like, this is going to be the year that I think Intrepid makes some really big strides once Steven can get into the office and bring his staff back in the office, because Steven's single greatest trait is his charisma. Charismatic leaders can get a lot of mileage out of their people, but that's hard to do in a telework situation. It's hard to rally the troops. Rally the troops. Don't think I've made a stream since maybe September. You're looking, I don't know what that word is. I don't know what this word is. Slender and elegant. Wow, man. Congrats. You taught me a word today. I did not know that word. I did not know that word. Thank you for that. I like learning new words. I'm definitely feeling it. That svelte is slender and elegant. You know, if you haven't seen me since September, I have lost a total of 72 pounds. I lost 38 last year in last year's weight loss cycle. I am aiming for the 160s in 2021. I'm aiming for the 160s. The 150s would be sweet. The big problem is that I can't go to the gym because the gym is closed. Benefit of holding a castle. I did link the castles page over at Ashes 101. Lots of benefits to holding a castle. Number one, your guild leader becomes the monarch of the region. Number two, monarchs can assist nodes in their region during their sieges. Number three, they get to withdraw a little bit of the money from the tax system to benefit their guild. So yeah, there is some serious benefits to being a guild leader. As you can see on the screen, our army of skins is growing. So we've got the top hat commander right here. It's not a flower, SC Thomas. It's the gears of progress. This is such a good idea for a game. I wish, well, I don't wish. I hope that they continue to move forward with what they're doing with this game. Because they're doing some really good stuff. They're doing some really good stuff with Stream Raiders. This is just a great way to interact with your community. Especially like the last fight where we thought we were gonna get beaten up by turtles. Uh-oh. Getting beat up by null slugs. Shoot him! Shoot him in the face! Shoot him in the... Oh! These guys are spicy. They are spicy. Arr! Oh yes, more scrolls. Am I done? Am I done with the elite scrolls? Yeah, done with the elite scrolls. That's it. Yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna jump off real quick. I'm going to go help Tamir find the cat that needs medication. My wife's got thyroid meds on her finger for the cat, and so obviously we need to get those into the cat's ear. Give me 1 second. Okay, so whoa. Hi. This is Abby. Hey, look up here. Look up here. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. She was missing. We couldn't find her. But we found her. Okay, you want down? You can't jump this. You're too fat. So, sorry about that. She has to get oh man. She has to get thyroid meds times a day. And like I said, she's just getting used to my daughter being gone. She's just getting used to my daughter being gone now. My daughter went back to school finally, back in person. So, now that cat is all protesting. All my cats are protesting. They're angry cats. Yeah, Abby doesn't have an emote yet. Abby and Ziva don't have their emotes yet. Abby and Ziva will be getting emotes in the next batch of emotes. Because the guy that makes my emotes does really good. So I got to come up with two more good cat emotes for that. Anyway, back to our Reddit. Back to our Reddit thread. So this guy is saying that it's going to be a long time before people run into each other, and a long time before you can figure out who's the best. Of course, I suppose people could make their own opinions on top guilds before the trade route is established, and social media like Discord, Reddit, and other outlets will hasten the process for some. But I think a defining achievement, a cross-continental trade information route would most likely set in stone the first top guild on any server. No. I'm sorry. It's a good opinion, but the top guilds of the server are determined by who takes the 5 castles. I mean, is that really a hard concept to understand? That there is guild content to do, and by doing the guild content that solidify, because what would you say then is the top guild on the server if 6 guild leaders are in a room and they're all in the same server, and 5 of those guild leaders are arguing back and forth, and they're all going back and forth, and I'm just sitting there quietly and I'm looking at them. And then after about an hour, I said, "Hey guys, we're going to make this real quick." And there's what's that? Summon dragon. I'm sitting on a dragon, bitches, and you're not. I guess that makes me the top guild leader in the room. I own a castle. I own a castle. So if 6 people are in a room and 5 of them can pop dragons, doesn't everybody just look over at the 6th guild leader? Now, could you expand that a little bit and say monarchs are going to be the S tier of guild leaders, and a guild leader who's the mayor of a metro is an A tier. Top PvP guilds, top PvE guilds, top money making guild. Yeah, but let's not kid ourselves. Let's not delude ourselves. Uncle Moneybags versus King Jahlon. Because your title will be king or queen. Your title is king or queen. Sure, you're the top money-making guild. And then like Daenerys on her dragon, I show up and I burn all your caravans. I think being a monarch solidifies you as the leader of one of the top 5 guilds. I don't think there can be too much debate in that. Sure, being the top money-making guild on a server is an accomplishment. Being the top PvE guild on a server is an accomplishment, but I don't think when you rate guilds top, middle, bottom, I'm pretty certain that might makes right in this regard. So you have the top money-making guild, the top PvE guild, and the top PvP guild all arguing over who's really the top guild. And then I say, you know what? Fuck this. Guild war, I kill both your guilds. I'm unfortunately in a game that has meaningful PvP. I would also never broadcast the fact that I'm making the most money either. Would bring the vultures in. Yeah, there's things in life that nobody needs to know about. And your guild's financial situation is one of them. Because if your guild's financial situation is star-spangled awesome, what have you just invited into your guild? Spies. espionage artists, thieves, moochers. Like, if my guild's making 20 million a week and every other guild on the server is making 11 million a week, when people ask me, well, how much does your guild make? Well, how much does your guild make? 11. Man, I wish we were making 11. Well, how much are you making? Not quite sure. It's like a little more than 10.5. Sure, 20 is a little more than 10.5. It's okay. I get hyped sometimes, and that is that kind of popped into my head. But saying that I decided to come to Reddit to hear what other people think about this is cool, potential dynamic that being part of a server early on might present. Well, yeah, from a certain point of view. I mean, I make mid 7 figures every year. Granted, 2 of those are decimal points, but I want to stay on Reddit. There's another one I wanted to look at. The other one I wanted to look at was this one. Talking about Battlegrounds Arena regarding instanced PvP. I know that there's a ladder and ranking system. Just curious, me and my buddies live for PvP and MMOs. WoW and Guild Wars are our go-to game. I'm just curious, if I hit max level instead of PvE, grinding raids, dungeons, crafting for gear, am I able to climb the ladder and get not the best, but very strong gear? Where the average player might not be able to. Just an alternative gearing place, assuming gearing matters in PvP. And I said to him, there is no gear from PvP arenas. There is a PvP season which will provide gear enhancements, but no gear from a PvP token vendor. There is also no PvP specific gear. Gear is gear, mostly from boss drops and crafters. And then this person's response, Intrepid should reconsider this. No, they shouldn't. Where's my response? Because he goes down a rabbit hole with this guy. No, they really shouldn't consider this because cheesing the arena system for a fast way of gearing is one of the oldest exploits, quote, exploits, in existence when it comes to MMOs. Arenas are there for people to practice their builds classes, but remember, this game isn't balanced for 1v1. Also, arenas are only one of the 8 meaningful PvP activities. So if they added gear acquisition to arenas, they'd have to add it to all 8, and that's just not going to work either. Ah, yes. The we're forcing you to play our way to gear yourself out has worked so well in other MMOs. Dude, at this point, fuck off. See, this is where I become... You guys know the whole angel-devil thing, where angels and devils pop up on your shoulder and they say the things to you? That's not what I am. For Steven, I'm the devil that just pops up to his right-hand side and says... Steven would give you a really polite answer, but here I'm just going to say, go fuck yourself. No, we're forcing you to play our way to gear yourself. Yes, they're forcing you to play their way, which is what happens in absolutely every single game ever, because there is no such thing as a pure free-form sandbox MMO. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a pure free-form sandbox. It's like this. A lot of people will start throwing examples at me. I'm going to throw 2 at you that people throw at me all the time. EVE Online. Bullshit. I can't go to the space station, get into the crafting menu, and start building my own weapons. I have my choices. I can do pulse lasers, beam lasers, short missiles, heavy missiles, torpedoes. I can do artillery cannons or autocannons. I can do, whatever the fuck. I can do blasters or I can do railguns. But I can't start making other weapon types. I simply can't. I am forced to fit my ships based on the confines of the weapons they give us. RuneScape, no, because RuneScape, can I go in there, go into a crafting menu, go around in a play around gear menu or weapon menu or stat menu? Can I have every ability from every class? Can I pick and choose my abilities from every class? Every game has rules. Every MMO has rules, because if you didn't have rules, players would invest thousands of hours into bullshit theories just to be radical like that. When I was in Game Design and Development 101 and I was talking to my prof and I said, I have an idea for a game. He was cool. We talked a game like the 20-minute. He's like, yeah, that'll work until it doesn't work. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, what you've just described to me is something where you're not going to be able to control the players. I said, I don't want to control the players. He's like, so what do you do? What do you do when somebody has done this route that you want to do and you don't see it in time and they release something that allows them to be the absolute most unkillable player on your server and you've allowed it? I said, shit, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. And that's why game developers think about the things they're thinking about. I have no problem. I have no problem with a gearing system through PvP. However, the gearing system through PvP would have to then include all 8 of the PvP types. And then you have to turn around and you have to figure, how many arenas do I need to do in order to get gear? And keep this in mind, and people aren't going to like this. I know you're not going to like it. So say an arena is 3 minutes, right? Say an arena is 3 minutes and a end game dungeon is 180 minutes. And there's 40 people. There are 40 people in a raid. So you take 180 minutes times 40 for 7,200 minutes, divide that by 3, and you're going to have 2,400 minutes, which is 40 hours of arena grinding, right? 40 hours of arena grinding for one piece. Now remember I told you guys, whenever you step into the batter's box versus somebody, you have to be ready to swing at any pitch they throw. You don't get to tell me which pitches I can throw. So I just say Intrepid budges and they say, fine, we'll have a gearing system through the arenas. Now, the very next pitch Steven's like, okay, I'm stepping into the batter's box against this arenas bullshit. I step into the batter's box. The next pitch I'm going to see is, well, that's not fair that it takes, it's not fair that it takes 40 hours for me to get one piece of gear. It's going to take me 640 hours to get all of my gear through the arenas. It's not fair. It's not fair. It is fair. Fuck you. Learn the definition of the word fair and learn the definition of the word equal. Sure, I go on a raid in 180 minutes. I have a 1 in 40 chance of getting a piece of gear. And that's not even 1 in 40. It's actually worse than that because I have how many pieces of gear does the Bosch drop? And then how many people are in my, so it's like 2 numbers. Number 1, I have a 1 in 8 chance of a piece of gear dropping that suits my archetype. And then I have a 1 in 5 chance of getting that piece of gear after it drops. So then the arena people are immediately going to say, well, it's not fair. It's not fair. Guess what? This isn't an arena-based PvP game. It's an open world PvP game with strategic and meaningful objectives. If you're coming to Ashes of Creation because you're tired of the WoW arenas, you're going to be disappointed. And I'm telling you that from the word go. You are going to be disappointed because Ashes of Creation is not going to be for everybody. Ashes of Creation is not going to be for everybody. So if you're thinking you're going to gear up through arenas and then go and wreak havoc in the open world, that's bullshit. It was bullshit in WoW. It was bullshit in Star Wars. It was bullshit in ArcAge to an extent. I will tell you right now, having the top title in ArcAge was a huge difference. Going from general to whatever the top title was a huge difference. I got lucky. I happened to do nothing but naval arenas one weekend on a triple Akirios medal event. I did nothing but naval arenas. And I got all of the tokens I need. I literally was taking Dramamine. Arenas should drop mats for the participants, at minimum to repair gear, but I understand that would take away from PvPers escorting PvE groups. Arenas don't need to drop repair gear because you won't have PvP penalties in the meaningful objectives. So since you're not going to take the negative experience, you're not going to have durability. I don't believe you're going to have durability loss in arenas. And truthfully, no, arenas shouldn't drop anything for participants. The way you make that work is you just make arenas not have durability loss, and then people can go in and have fun and it's not costing them anything. At the same time, I do take that back. Let me take that back a second because it's risk versus reward. It's the price of admission. I take that back. Yes, there should be durability loss in arenas because you're getting something for your participation in the arena. You're getting the ability to compete for cosmetics. You're getting the ability to increase your PvP season rating. You're getting gear enhancements. So you are getting something. You're paying the price of admission. The repair bill is your ticket. Is the $82 for Disney World you pay for your ticket to admission. But the stuffed animal you win is what you get. The fact that participating in the arenas gives you PvP season points, then yeah, no, you that's the price you pay. If you want to grind arenas 8 hours a day, every day, go for it. As a huge fan of arena, I don't think there should be PvP awarded gear. I just like having a rough ladder ranking and getting a place to skirmish with my friends against other teams and a relatively predictable environment as a break from open world PvP. Well, if you're looking for a relatively predictable environment, then you're not looking for Ash's PvP either. Because there is no 8 versus 8, although I will try to convince Steven to make an 8 versus 8 arena. And you guys know I talk about low-hanging fruit all the time. An 8 versus 8 arena should be a fucking no-brainer in a game that has 8-person parties and you're balancing combat around 8-person groups. That should be a fucking no-brainer, and they haven't mentioned it. So I gotta bring that up to Steven in an interview and be like, hey, why don't we have 8 versus 8 arenas? Would just make sense, right? But number 2, the arena isn't relatively predictable because there's 8 archetypes. There's 1v1, there's 3v3s, there's 5v5s. You might be running a tank, healer, bard, 2 damage dealer build, and you run into a group of people who are running a 5 summoner build. That wasn't predictable. The only thing predictable about arenas is that the numbers are going to be equalized. And that's the only predictable thing. Come on. Not home. Come on. Poor cat. Poor kitten. Her mom will be home in 30 minutes. I meant predictable in the sense that the stakes are fixed. We aren't concerned about defending our caravans or farming spots or whatever. Oh, okay. So not predictable. You're talking about knowing even odds. You're talking about the fact that, yeah, it's the odds are evil. You know you're going to be facing an equal number of people. You're not going to get zerged, and you're not going to inadvertently be zerging. You're not going to be showing up with too many people. You're going to be showing up with just the right amount of people. I definitely can understand that. Then again, guys, I would like to remind people, you can't zerg on defense. A lot of people get this confused. You only won because you zerged. Bitch, I'm on defense. You can't zerg a defense. Zerging is an offensive strategy. People get mad. No, you had more numbers. Yeah, I was defending. That's like when people complain, like, you zerged your defense. You brought a knife to a gunfight. Whose fault is that? People just don't get it. They simply don't. They want to, like, people want to complain about everything. It's like, I tell you guys all the time, there are people in this world. I could walk, and I thought about it. Maybe in the future, I want to get like a GoPro, like a body cam. And I want to do this. Maybe take like $100 out of my bank account in tens, and just walk up to people with it recording, and a big sign on me that says, "I am recording. If you don't want to be recorded, don't engage with me." Put a big sign, because in my state, I just have to give you notification. So if you're talking to me, they'd be like, "Oh, you're being recorded." Hand them a $10 bill and just see what they say. I bet you out of 10 people, handing a $10 bill to 10 people, one of them would complain, "Hey, it's not a 20. It's like, no, it's free. What does it matter? It was free. It was free 50, bro. It was free 50. In fact, it was free 10. I gave you a $10 bill for free and you're complaining. And you know there would be people that would complain. Because I just don't. I do not understand. I do not understand human beings. Then again, I'm skeptical of the word free, because we know there's no such thing. We know there is no such thing as free. What the hell? Did you see the dev? Yeah, I saw the dev discussion on login rewards is up. I'm actually I'm thinking about a new product. I got to talk to a couple of content creators, maybe a couple of non-content creators. I want to talk to I want to talk to some people. I'm thinking about doing an interesting new idea, a new collaboration. So you guys might be interested in what's coming. Yeah, you probably ask what you wanted me to do after if you came and wanted to give me. Yeah. And with the tongue sticking out, we already know where your mind is going, dirty perverts. That's why I love my show, man. I just love my show because you guys never know where my show is going to go. One of the first things we're taught in economics is that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing is free. Someone is paying for it for some reason. Yes. Like lawyers who do pro bono work. Just so you guys know, lawyers don't do pro bono work out of the goodness of their heart. They don't. They don't. Yes, I summoned. Here's Zhao. I said the word pervert. Here's Zhao. Lawyers don't do pro bono work out of the goodness of their heart. Lawyers do pro bono work because it makes them look good to the ethics committee. They can write off those hours as a tax deduction. Like I charge $500 an hour to my clients that I make money on, and so I do X amount of pro bono hours. So I can for every hour I've done pro bono, I actually only charge $250 an hour. It's like all a big fucking tax scam. It's just so that they can say, I gave back to the community. I'm a good lawyer. You should hire me. Ethics, ethics violation. Hey, we're bringing you up in front of the ethics board. You did something unethical. The first thing they look at is this person's done 2,000 hours of pro bono work in 2 years. You know what? Hey, that ethical thing, try not to do something like that again. Why? Because we don't want 2,000 hours of legal, nobody having lawyers. Do you know how frustrating it is for the judge when you walk into court and you're supposed to have a lawyer and you look at the judge and you're like, I don't have an attorney. And they're like, well, you need one. And you'd be like, well, I can't find one to take this pro bono and I don't have any money. I'm being sued and I don't have any money. And then the judge is like, fuck. Like divorce cases are the worst for this. One of the two parties doesn't have enough money for their lawyer, but they're entitled to representation. So they go into court. Fucking lawyers hate doing family stuff pro bono because that shit, those cases are the ones that take forever. So this one, I don't know what this one is. Why am I being punished before the game is even released? This ought to be good. This ought to be good. 1 second. I got to write an idea down. I'm still suffering from that concussion. Okay. Where's our headmask suits? Yeah. I've been on the Ashes of Creation hype train for a few months. As the game creeps closer and closer to fruition, my imagination has been running wild about the race and class of my character. As far as race goes, I landed on Nakua Dwarves. I find the race to be the most original in concept related to the alternatives. Fuck you. That's Vec. For class, I think I will start with Summoner and pick up Bard as my secondary archetype. I'm going to focus on Artisan Gathering on primarily fishing, herbalism, and taming. Needless to say, I was stoked when I came across the Bursky band and liked the cosmetic items. They seem to be literally made for the character that I've envisioned playing in my mind, so I can't understand I can't understate how disappointed I am that I won't be able to pick those up. This is the first negative thing I have to say about the development and business model of the game. Not only will Intrepid not let me pay real world currency for them, they don't offer the means of trading for those items with another player. Well, no shit, because that'd be pay to win. I purchased the Voyeur pack, and I did that without any understanding of the shifting and limited time theme of cosmetic items because I'm excited for the game. Now I understand how those cosmetics are working. I'm left with a sick feeling in my gut. It was literally a month late in payment and 2 months late in understanding how this is working, and I can't help but feel this model is punishing me. Okay, I gotta stop here before my brain explodes. It's not a punishment, okay? It's not a punishment. Please take your ass back to Psychology 101 and look up positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, and punishment. And this is none of the three. I simply must have the Borskar banned along with the rest of the pack for my Nankua Enchanter. Surely somebody that just arrived a bit too late but forked up $375 deserves a better start in this new world you're creating. Intrepid Studios, please consider my plight and relieve me of this unnecessary, disgusting feeling. Consider changing your stance on these cosmetics and correct this course for the betterment of your audience, the consumers. So I know you guys can't see what I'm typing, and that's because of website shenanigans. I can do this. Oh, so couple of things here. One, you need to look up the definition of, oh, why can't I spell today? Probably my concussion, of punishment. You used it wrong in your wall of text. 2, you want them to reverse their business model just for you. So what happens when tens of thousands of people ask for a refund because they changed their stance? It's not, you will be able to find an alternative version in game, just not the exact one that was sold in the shop. See, this is the problem. Nobody wants to engage the stupid people, and the stupid people are breeding. The stupid people are breeding at record numbers, and we're people like us are starting to become outnumbered. People like us are starting to become, oh, fuck my life. People like us are starting to become outnumbered because nobody wants to engage the stupid people because it's not worth it. It's like the guy yesterday on the Discord, the guy yesterday on the Discord that was like, there's too many alternatives, which makes all of the alternatives meaningless and watered down. What the fuck are you talking about? Seriously, what the fuck are you talking about? Because your brain can't comprehend 272,000 permutations. Hold on, let's do the math. I forgot to write down the number. Nope, I missed a number there somewhere. What did I do wrong? Oh, man, 9 times 8 times 3 times 4 times 7 times 15. 272,160. 272,160 permutations of characters. Every archetype. Everyone. Every single one. And he's like, that's too many. There should be less. No, there shouldn't. I didn't read your comment. Oh, did you have a comment in that thread? Oh, yeah, you got it. You nailed it in the first line. Okay, back to the map. Alrighty, we need to kill a boss. Where am I cute? What quests do I have? Place 3 archers. I'll place 3 archers. I probably won't place an archer on a boss map. I should probably bring somebody a little bit more beefy. Bring somebody a little bit more beefy to the boss fight. Oh yeah, and you guys need these things. Alrighty. Oh, I was so proud of my cat. He laid in his doggy bed in the other room. This comment oozes I didn't do any research. Well, yeah, exactly. Happy Pappy feels punished for not being able to buy the Night Watch armor. Yeah, a lot of people will. Now, let me say this. Let me 100% say. Let me 100% say. Do I agree with Intrepid's business model? No, I do not. I do not agree with Intrepid's business model at all. Not at all. Not one bit. Not in the slightest. I think Intrepid's business model, quite frankly, sucks. Okay? I think Intrepid's business model, quite frankly, sucks for them, not for us. For us, it's great. For them, it's horrible. They fucked themselves. I can tell you right now, if I'd been involved in the conversation, I would have said, look, I understand that we want to have a $0 box price. And I would have said, you know, let's think about this here for a second. Let's think about this here. A box price. The box price helps you offset all of your development costs. A subscription model allows you to have predictable income, but a box price always catches you up. I think most players would pay $9.99 for an expansion pack for the game they play, as long as that expansion pack only comes along every 2 years. I think the average player would spend $9.99 as long as the core game you delivered 2 years ago was good. I believe the majority of your players would find the $9.99 in their budget to give you $9.99. Now, some people say, well, what's the big deal about $9.99 if you have a $15 sub fee? And the reason why is that $9.99, and we're just going to say $10 because $10 makes it easy. Say you have 2.5 million players actively playing, and you charge them $10 for the DLC. That's $25 million. It's $25 million in a lump sum that you get when you release this new patch, this new DLC, this new expansion pack. It helps offset all of the money that you've invested into it, and it's additional money on top of the monthly subscription. Now, of course, this is the easy answer. As the logistician, as the business person, the advertising marketing guy in me, I would tell you at $0, we're going to have this many. At $9.99, we'll have this many. At $19.99, we'll have this many. At $29.99, with this many. And knock that out. And the people who don't buy the DLC are left behind. Yes, that's exactly how DLC works. That's exactly how DLC works, because you should want to spend $9.99 on the DLC. You should want to pay your monthly subscription. You should want to do those things, because you should want Jeff to be able to pay for college for his daughter. You should want Bacon to be able to buy that new guitar, so when he's not making art, he's jamming out. You should want Slurpee to be able to drink Slurpees. I don't know what Alex does. You should want Babbletron to go to the Lakers game. You should want Margaret to be able to buy new costumes for her cosplay. You should want Toast to be able to buy a new toaster. I don't know. But you should want McP to buy new tabletop books, because you should want them to be happy. You should want the employees of the company that makes the game that you love, you want them to be making money. Because when they are making money, McP's sitting there in the game store and he's looking around because he has money to go to the game store. He's got a bonus. He's going to go do the thing. And he's gonna walk in and he's gonna be looking at shit and he's gonna be like, hey man. He's gonna say, there's that Riffs tabletop game that I always hear. There's that Riffs tabletop game that I always hear Jahlon talking about. You know, I have an extra $24.95 in my pocket because we just got done getting bonuses because we did a hell of an expansion pack. So he goes home, he picks up that book. He reads it, PMs Jahlon. He's like, man, this fucking thing is amazing. He's like, I got some questions. I was like, yeah, man, I got some answers. He's like, well, they talk about stuff in the core book that they don't show. I'll be like, no problem, dude. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll scan some stuff up to you if you want to buy the other book. I won't scan the whole book for you, but I'll scan the couple. McP he calls Steven. He's like, man, I'm inspired. I got to take a day off. Steven's like, you okay? He's like, no, man, I'm inspired. McP writes up some shit. He's like, boom. Steven sees it. He loves it. He loves the way, guys, we've just had a revolutionary breakthrough in how we're going to do some of the Magic stuff. That all came about because they had a bonus and it allowed somebody to pick something up that they never would have picked up if they didn't have the bonus money. Depends on how DLC is implemented. If it's like ArcAge and you don't buy the DLC, you can't upgrade your gear. No, that's fine, because guess what? This isn't a free-to-play game. Now, the DLC, again, in Final Fantasy, if you don't buy the expansion pack, you can't go to the new areas. You can continue to play all of the content that you already had. But if you don't buy the expansion, you don't get anything from the expansion, nor should you. the problem with the MMORPG genre is that people have been infected by this free-to-play bullshit. Do you have a free-to-play phone? Do you have a like, why is it people have no problem dropping $500 on a PlayStation? $500 on a PlayStation, if they can find one. They have no problem dropping $500 on a PlayStation and $60 a game. But then they make that argument, well, I'm paying $120 a year for my thing. No, but paying $15 as a sub should be enough. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't, because can you tell me with a straight face that $15 a month as a sub is enough to both do sustainment, continuing operations, and new development? And no, it's not. You know how you know it's not? Because WoW doesn't do it, Final Fantasy doesn't do it, EverQuest didn't do it. Cosmetic Shop, again, it doesn't offset the development cost. Cosmetic Shop is going to be for the people who have money. It is better to have an exclusive audience who is willing to pay a little bit of money because they know they're getting a quality game. Okay? I was paying a box cost and $15 a month for Star Wars Galaxies almost 20 years ago. The fact that the cost of the MMO hasn't gone up with inflation is wild. Exactly. Anybody who has a problem paying a box price and a sub seriously needs to get the fuck out of the MMORPG genre and go play free-to-play shit games. That's where you belong. If you're not willing to put some fucking serious cheddar on the table, then don't bitch about the free-to-play bullshit you're forced to play because you don't want to pay. I'm not sure, but I'm sure most people wouldn't want to pay for monthly sub plus cosmetics plus expansions. Really? You don't think they would? Number one most successful financial game in the history of MMORPGs. Wow. Box price, monthly sub, optional cosmetic shop. Second most financial successful game, believe it or not. Final Fantasy XIV. Expansion packs, monthly subs, optional cosmetic shop. Box price plus sub is absolutely the best way. Oh, it's Professor Montfort. Hey, man, we were talking about you earlier. You probably want to get people's permission in the future before you use their copyrighted intellectual property in your videos. That's a big fucking no-no. That's a big way to lose your YouTube channel. I'm just saying, man. That wasn't cool. And I have to deal with that in about 3 hours and 13 minutes. That was Bush League, man. That was Bush League. Don't do shit like that. Don't just steal people's copyrighted IP, their commercially protected IP. That's bad. Can't do that. That's not good in the spirit of communication with your fellow content creators. That's going to make it for a shitty Friday for me. Because then I got to involve the lawyers and the taxmen, and that's just going to be an ugly conversation. I think I've paid more for a game that isn't even out yet than other games this past year. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm equal, I think. Margaret keeps dropping these damn siege flags on my wallet. And I keep buying cosmetics. Guys, I have a fever, and the only cure isn't cowbell. It's more damn cosmetics. I have way too many cosmetics. My wife wants the one from this month. And I'll get it for her because my wife is amazing. But I have 11 pages of cosmetics. Now remember, I have 11 pages of cosmetics, but I have every apocalypse cosmetic. But I think one day I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna like make I own all these and do a nice little whatever. But I am all about supporting Intrepid, but they are killing me. I'm just a fan of yours. I really didn't think you would take it badly. It's not that I take it badly. It's that I have to aggressively protect my copyrights and my intellectual property. I just can't have people using my copyrighted material in their videos. Otherwise, I lose the right to enforce my copyright. So, should have talked to me first. Should have talked to me first, because I could have given you a letter and like we could have done a collaboration. We could have been on good terms. You could have said, hey man, I'm thinking about doing this video. I could have popped over. We could have done like I could jump in. This looks like great shit. I could have voiced over some lines for you for Chibi, but just taking my IP and putting it into your video, man, that's not good business. What copyrighted material? Like my website? No, like my avatars. My commercially protected avatars. The game isn't even out yet, and they're already swimming on that cosmetic money. You know, oh hi, I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. I think you're one of these people who doesn't want to pay fair share of what you're playing. They're not already swimming on that cosmetic money. Steven is putting $40 million of his own money on the line. He's putting $40 million of his own money on the project to make sure the project comes out. I want you to think about the cost of developing an MMORPG. I want you to think about the cost of having an ever up ramping company from 28 employees to now 87, 88 employees, and they're onboarding another 30. I want you to use the industry standard, right? I want you to use the industry standard of $10,000 a month. $10,000 a month per person in your company. And then that's just a very quick and dirty, that's a very, very, very quick and dirty number that you use. Okay. So you do $10,000 a month per person in your studio, but then you don't ever factor anything else in. You don't factor in anything else. You factor in just that $10,000 per staff person, and then that does salary leveling, rent, utilities, licensing, servicing, janitorial, legal, advertising, marketing, publication, all that shit. And that means he's got a burn rate of about $10.5 million a year. That's an incredible burn rate. What I'm trying to say is they're already selling a lot of cosmetics, and the game is 2+ from release. Imagine when it's released. You think cosmetics won't sustain the game plus monthly sub? No. I don't think they're going to be able to support the game with just cosmetics in the monthly sub. I really don't. I think they've made a huge mistake by promising all the future DLC for free. The reason why is because if you have a $10 million a year burn rate, right, for 88 employees, okay? Say it takes WoW, because people are always under the assumption that since WoW is doing an expansion pack every 2 years, that those expansion packs are only taking 2 years, and that's not true. That's not accurate, right? That's not true, and that's not accurate. The expansion pack that you got, what the fuck, Shadowlands? The expansion pack that you got, right? They've been working on for like upwards of 4 years. So they've been working on that one for 4 years. It comes up next. Do we have the numbers on how much Steven is paying the employees? I just told you, you don't need to know that. I do. I mean, I know what a lot of the employees are making. That's not for public consumption. And I didn't get that from Intrepid, just so anybody thinks I get numbers from Intrepid. I got those numbers from numerous sources. But like I said, you do $10,000 a month per employee. You use the numbers as a baseline. Do you think like people with very lucrative jobs left those very lucrative jobs to take less money at a startup company that was probably going to fail? I mean, if you think about it, if you're just trying to be realistic, 50% of all businesses fail by their 5th year. Video game companies are upwards of about 80 to 85 to 88% failure rates, failure launches, or they launch a shit product. Yes, but that's not, okay, it's not $10,000 per person. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the problem with people. They only hear what they want to hear. You take $10,000 per staff member, and then you don't do any other factoring. You don't factor rent, utilities, licensing, contracts, services, marketing, advertising, legal, janitorial, postage, desks. So, yeah. So it's just a standard number that we get in class that they use if you want to know roughly what their burn rate is. Now, if Steven was paying all his top people $300,000 a year, would that number be accurate? No. At the same time, are there people that are getting credited for $10,000 or ultimately $120,000 a year who are making 35? Yeah, probably. Let's see. I saw a question about a guild. Yes, I'm starting a guild. The Paradox Gaming Network is a guild. We will be a guild. I will be talking more about the guild in Alpha 1. More about the guild in Alpha 1. So the thing is, if you have a box price, then that let's see, how many developers are on an expansion pack in WoW? 250 times 10,000 times 48. It takes Blizzard approximately $120 million to develop an expansion pack. Approximately $120 million using those numbers. But because Blizzard is this massive corporation, publicly traded, that number easily doubles because you've got a huge legal team, you've got a huge marketing team, you have to help offset advertising and development of your non-performing products. You get what's known as taxed. You get what's known as taxed on your income to pay for projects that are in development that don't have any income. You know, Blizzard runs through 2 or 3 games a year that they never bring to fruition. They have tiger teams of people that are getting paid to spitball ideas, to put some stuff together, and then you present it and they're like, nah, we're not going with that. Well, those people had a burn rate, sometimes as much as $10 million to spitball an idea, and then that just gets fucking shelved, and NDAs get signed, thrown in the box, and then that product never comes to fruition. Well, somebody got to pay that $10 million. And in the Blizzard Corporation, guess which product gets saddled with the lion's share? Guess which product gets saddled with the lion's share of that $10 million offset? WoW probably gets 8 million of it. Hearthstone probably gets 500,000 of it. Heroes of the Storm probably gets $2 because I don't think that product makes them any money. The new Diablo IP will probably get more. That team shrinks every year, and every 3 years they fire them and hire them back, so the progressive pay raise doesn't fire them. That's not true. You can't prove that. I can't disprove it. I know that's not true, provable, because I know the Blizzard NDA. And so I also know people who work inside Blizzard who have broken their NDA. And even if that was the case, I'll give you this. Even if it was the case, people that are working on teams like that aren't people who give a fucking rat's ass about a progressive pay raise. Just so we're clear. The people that are working on specialized tiger teams are the people that get a phone call and they're like, yeah, I'd like you to come work on my project for the next 5 years at $300,000 a year. And these are the kind of heavy bats in the industry that says, I'll come work on your project on a guaranteed 3-year with 2 1-year extensions, but I want $350,000. So when you start talking about those specialized tiger teams, those aren't chumpzillas that are just getting out of school. These are the heavy bats of the world who are getting ready to retire. So when people start, I hate when people start fucking bullshitting about what these bad fucking businesses and the businesses taking advantages of people. I'm so fucking tired of this. You agreed to a job. You signed on the line that was dotted. On that line that was dotted, it said, I will do X work for Y pay. You put your signature on it. If you don't like the Y pay, why did you sign it? If you don't like the X work, why did you sign it? If you go to your job and you hate your job every single day of your life, best secret to life, find a new job. Even if you take a couple of bucks pay cut, find a new job that makes you happy. And then when your mental health well-being goes up, find a job that pays you more. You know, I'm 41 years old. I retired at 30. Well, I retired the first time at 19. I retired the second time at 37. I have never sat there at a job with my hands on my head saying, oh my God, I hate my life. I can't do this for the next 40 years. I fucking did something about it. I remembered an old adage. You don't like the situation you are in life? You're not a tree. Leave. You don't have, you can move. So, let's see. Are there solid statistics on high and low requirements for AR PPU? Fingers. And does that relationship and the relationship to the success of an MMORPG? There's not really public numbers, solid statistics on, and for those of you that don't speak for those of you that don't speak acronyms, I apologize. ARPPU is the average revenue per paying user. Is there solid statistics on that, Sir Onsington? And no, the answer is not really. Not really. There is some numbers, but you always have to remember public numbers are often lies because people want to keep everybody else guessing. Blizzard got caught a couple of years ago, maybe 2016. My memory, you guys know I got some head trauma and I gave myself a concussion this week. In 2016, I believe it was, because I was still a shareholder then, I was reading the financial report and I noticed some anomalies in the financial report. And then when I went digging, Blizzard got slapped for this. Blizzard was using different quarterlies for different games while simultaneously providing an average monthly user. So what they were doing is they said like January, February, March, April, May, June. No, January, February, March, April. Yeah, April, May, June. And what they were doing is they were not kind of sort of not exactly double counting people. And then they got caught when their numbers didn't add up. And that because that's a big no-no. You can lie to your customers. You can lie your ass off to your customers. You can lie your ass off to your customers. I don't condone it. But people get all mad. This company lied to me. What are you fucking surprised about? Fucking yes, of course the company lied to you. Okay? But yeah. Now here's the thing. Rhodium's got it nailed on. You can lie your ass off to your customers. You can't even tell a little white lie to your investors, because any single shareholder in your company, one share, you have one share of stock in that company, you have the right to file a complaint with the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, because you say, I'm an investor and I've been lied to. And this goes back to that black letter law from the 1700s, and investment law in like this shit, like Seventh Amendment, you can sue somebody over $20, but in 1776, $20 was a fuck ton of money. We've never updated the Seventh Amendment. We need to. Some of the investment law is like colonial law that we just said, we don't have time to rewrite all that. That shit looks good. You can't lie to your investors, not even a little white lie. And Blizzard got hemmed up for that. Blizzard got slapped. They said you need to provide accurate numbers, because their average monthly user thing was like, they had released a press release with, this is where they got caught up. Yeah, it was 2016. Give me a minute. Going through the fog. They released a press release that showed the average monthly users of Hearthstone, and they released a press release of the average monthly users of Heroes of the Storm. And when you deducted the average monthly users of those two games, then it didn't add up with a number that they had released about WoW. And so people were like, explain this. And then Blizzard re-released that part of their financial report to make the numbers jive. So yeah, you can never lie on the numbers. Don't lie on the numbers. Senator Bobby said 120K a year is pretty close for a developer. Yeah, for an average developer, 120K is pretty close. Now, do I think Jeff, Akil, McP, I only want to list people that are on their website out of courtesy to Steven's decision. Do I think Jeff, McP, Akil's not even on there anymore. So do I think Jeff and McP are making 120? No, I think they're making far more. Do I think some of the junior artists are making 120? No, of course not. Pretty sure Paradox is going to be more of an alliance. Yes, the Paradox Gaming Network will be an alliance. Because we'll have like the Ashes 101 guild, we'll have the Gathering guild, the Crafting guild, the Processing guild. We'll have the 2 main guilds that we form, and then the 3rd guild, the big guild that we form, and then we'll form the 2 small guilds and level those up and put those into caretaker status. Oh, look at this. We're starting already with these gift subs. I appreciate that. We've had a really good 2021 so far. The new Path of Exile season is starting. I did look at that. Don't get me hyped about Path of Exile, man. Don't get me hyped about another game. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Everyone, if you got one, say thank you. It's always nice to thank the people who do gift subs. Will they sell mounts on the cash shop? No, mounts will not be sold. The only thing they will sell on the cash shop is cosmetics. Now, do I have a problem with them selling cosmetics? No. I don't have a problem with their cash shop. I have a problem as a how can I say this? As a player, I love the cash shop idea. As a player, I love the cash shop idea. As a business person, I think that I think they've made huge fucking mistakes. I think they've made, so here's the thing. It's really hard for me on the cash shop thing for me to be critical of Steven. All these people are critical of Steven, like that one thread that we read. Because here's the thing. I would be doing the cash shop differently. I would be doing the cash shop radically differently. I'm not going to tell you how I would do it because you'll all look at me. Because in business, man, I am ruthless. In business, I am ruthless. I am there to squeeze every drop of lemon juice out of the lemon because I'm not there to throw lemon juice away. If my job is to make as much money as I can selling lemon juice, my job is to crank that thing down. Give me 6 more guys. I need 3 more turns. There's juice to be had. But as a player, I love the idea. As a player, I think they've been completely fair. And in fact, as a player, I applaud the idea because every month that the new cosmetics come out, I get excited about Ashes of Creation again. So, just saying. As a player, it's totally awesome. Will there be any problems from someone from Europe to play on any servers, like event times? Yes. First of all, I don't know. I don't know why anybody from Europe wants to play on the NA servers now that My Games is gone. Intrepid is self-publishing in Europe. But yes, there are event times. Each server has a specific prime time window, like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. I think Steven has said 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. once. I don't think that's going to work. I think Steven addresses things based on his life experience. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think Steven has ever clocked a 9-to-5 job before Intrepid. Steven's a philanthropist. Steven is an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs don't have 9-to-5 jobs. Entrepreneurs, first of all, never call themselves entrepreneurs. Second of all, entrepreneurs work when there's money to be made. Is there money to be made? Let's work. Is there no money to be made? There's no money to be made right now? Okay, well then let's take a little time off. Have we made enough money this year? Sure. Then let's game a little bit. But I think Steven has to realize that having primetime start at 3 p.m. and go to 11 p.m. is going to piss working people off. Working people can't get home in time. Working people can't get home in time to play at 3 o'clock. People have jobs. But of course, that's something that Steven said, and he's going to get feedback from. He's going to get feedback from over the years, and it's going to be like, okay, let's make a change. Let's make a tweak. Let's make a turn. Let's put a wedge in here and a twist and a turn. You know, it's going to be okay. So yes, there are primetime windows. Now, you say that you don't want to communicate in you say you don't want to communicate in 6 languages. Believe me, man, I totally understand. Mi español es muy, muy mal, porque no usar español en 20 años. I haven't used my Spanish in 20 years. ever since I worked in la Escuela Secundario, Maestro de Historia, I haven't used my Spanish in years and years and years. So my Spanish went absolutely to shit. My Spanish went absolutely to hot dog shit because I didn't use it. I didn't use my Spanish, so it went to trash. I would love to use my Spanish again. The problem is that I don't have anybody to use it with. So, but how are those mount skins going to work? If you find a nice skin, but for a super rare bred mount and you can't breed it, it just looks like a missed sale. Because you can put any tier 1 skin on any tier 1 mount. You can take any tier 1 skin and put it on any tier 1 mount. You can put any tier 2 skin on any tier 2 mount. The thing is that you don't get any new abilities. You don't get any new abilities when you put that skin on. Little bit on mounts is here, and I do have to I have to shore that up. You can make a bear look like a horse. Yeah, you can make a bear look like a horse. It's gonna have the bear's abilities. So you're not gonna. It's not like you're suddenly gonna get the bear's. You're not gonna get the horse's abilities because you put the horse skin on a bear. Whatever it is naked. God, I hope none of you are watching me naked. That's bad. What you're going to have is, hold on one second. I'm so special. I forgot to eat. I forgot to eat, so I'm gonna grab a quick bite and hold on, let's find which one of these many images is the right one. I have an image. There is an image. Yeah, he'll do. No, he won't. I think I have a better image. Do I not have an image? There we go. I forgot to eat. This is why I love my wife. Shout out to Tamir. Tamir rolled up and she knocks on my door, and I was like, I thought it was my daughter coming in and saying hi after school. Mom, my wife hands my water. My wife daughter. My wife hands me a bag of food, and I was like, oh, I'll take that. That's always good. Since we're talking about finances, do you think Intrepid will be able to release AOC with their current revenue stream? Yes. I think Intrepid is fine financially. But here's where my concern is. Just like we talked about mortgages earlier in the show. Debt, everything. Steven's putting $40 million of his money on the line. He is going to want to get paid back. So, if Ashes of Creation had a box price, when they launch, they make back, say, $25 million. Now they only owe Steven back 15. Now, every month they make about 9 million after taxes, and it's less than that, but you got a million people playing, $15 a month. A lot of people think that that's 15 million in Intrepid's pocket. They're a California corporation, 21% federal tax, 8 point some odd percent California tax, 5% to Unreal Engine, to Epic Games. People always get it in their head, oh my God, they're making $15 million a month. They don't need to have a cash shop. Yeah, you're stupid. I'm sorry. You're dumb. And I have no problem calling you dumb or stupid because you didn't take the time to actually think about what you're saying. So I don't take the time to be polite to you about telling you why the dribble coming out of your mouth is bullshit. So they're going to make let's say they make 9 million a month and they have an 8 million burn rate. That That means it's going to take them several years to put out the next big expansion pack because they've got about $1 million spare a month. And a lot of that $1 million spare is going to go to, I don't know, paying Steven back. And so they don't have the money to hire on another 100 developers. They don't have, so you're going to run into problems. Now, say they have 10 million people playing the game. Well, then that's a different story because cost isn't exponential. The cost of your sustainment team doesn't go up by 10 times because you have 10 times the number of players. There's also the cash shop revenue. Dude, you need to seriously get off the cash shop revenue thing. You seem to think that the cash shop is producing like millions of dollars for them. It's like the fourth time you've gone to there is also the cash shop revenue. Do you believe most players are going to be spending $15 a month on the cash shop in addition to the $15 a month for the game? The answer is no. The answer is no. Yeah, no, I won't. How many people will be spending? There's one yes, there's one no. There's two no's. There's three no's. The whales might make up the average person not spending it. No talents, because this isn't Arcade. This spend hundreds. Bullshit. There's not hundreds of dollars of shit to spend. There's no RNG boxes. There's no Apex. There's no regrade charms. Okay? There are, in this build, if they put out $110, $115 worth of cosmetics each month, okay? If they put out $115 worth of cosmetics each month, the whale only has $115 worth of shit to buy. This isn't Arcade, okay? This isn't Arcade where I can sell Apex. This isn't Arcade or Blizzard where I can sell, or RuneScape, where I can sell subscription time. The only reason why I've continued to spend money on the cash shop is every time I've bought something in the cash shop, it is very specifically to replace an item because I think what I'm buying is better than the item I already have. This month, there is nothing in this month's cosmetics, right? Where is it? Where the hell are you? There is nothing in this month's cosmetics that I want. There is nothing in this month cosmetics I want. They will release new cosmetics every month. Let's say 30% buy a skin. No, you can't just... See, you're just pulling bullshit. That's a wild-ass guess. You're saying 30% people buy a skin. That's 300,000 people playing 10 to 15 or 20 for a skin. Bullshit. People aren't... 30% of your population isn't going to buy a skin. Okay, 30% of your population isn't going to buy a skin. They're already going to have the skins that they want. You are going to sell two types of skins. You are going to sell skins to people that don't own any. And the truth of the matter is you're not going to sell that many skins to people who don't have any because they have embers. They have embers from their founders packs, so you're not making any money on them. Sure, you might have a good month where a lot of cosmetics suddenly enter the environment, but you didn't sell them. I have 19,000 embers. I don't have to spend any money when the game launches. The reason why a game like Arcade sold so many RNG boxes was because of the other stuff. Because of the other stuff that were in those boxes. Those other things that were in those boxes, like regrade charms and scrolls. That is what drives those sales. So to just pull a random bullshit number out, every month we're going to say 30% of people buy a skin, well, that's just a bullshit number. You have nothing that bases that on. So you keep going to the cash shop thing. I'll give you 300,000. I'll give you 300,000. And I'm even going to give you 25. You think they're gonna make 7.5 million a month on monthly cosmetics? You really believe that? Because I don't believe that in the slightest. Exactly. That's why. If you look at it from a practical view, you can only wear one skin at a time anyway. I already own more skins than I will ever need. But Margaret, goddamn her, she keeps producing these amazing skins. And I'm like, okay, I like that one. I like that one more than I like the previous one. I don't like these skins. There's nothing wrong with them. I do kind of like the cosmetic pet. I do kind of like the cosmetic pet, and I do kind of want to name it Margaret and have it follow me around. Because the look on that cosmetics pet's face, or that look on the cosmetics pet's face is Margaret looking at toast when she types too loud. You prove my point. Even if they already own a skin, they will keep buying if they look cool. But that well dries up. Okay, that well dries up eventually. And if you're gonna say what I said proved your point, then I'll disprove your point. Real simple. When I got my Inquisitor robes in Arcage, the only other cosmetic I bought was the Caprosis furs for Christmas time. The only other one I bought was the Caprosis furs. So I played Arcage for 4 years. And I bought 2 cosmetics in 4 years. I don't think Arcage has ever released a costume you really loved. Yeah, I had my armor transmogged in Arcage for a long time. I think that's on the cosmetic team to have the challenge to keep the cosmetics looking good. No, the thing you forget, as soon as people have what they like, they won't buy anymore. There's only so many skins a person can buy before being a cosmetic whale. And how many people do you think actually are cosmetic whales? Not 30% of the population. Is it possible to get cosmetic pets in game? Yes, everything is available in game. That's not true. Overwatch and Sports are both disprove this. Never bought a cosmetic. I never bought a cosmetic in SWTOR, and I never bought an RNG box in I don't even know what do the fucking boxes in Overwatch do? I don't even, they're skins. Okay. I have multiple costumes on Black Desert. Multiple skins on League of Legends. I rotate them all. Good. Anecdotal evidence is never evidence. It's just observations. And the moment you start using anecdotal evidence in an argument, the other guy that actually has more than anecdotal evidence is going to be able to stomp you. I ran a guild of over 100 people. We gave Frost, if he's here, Frost and I gave out cosmetics for free. Because we were opening the boxes for the other shit in them. Because we weren't spending any money. Well, Frost was spending money. I used to open 30 to 40. I used to open 30 to 40 RNG boxes in Arcage whenever the new boxes would come out. If the drop table was worth it. Based on all in-game earned money, which I used to buy Apex. That's the other reason why a lot of games... That's the other reason why a lot of games have a lot of sales. Arcage, for example, you can buy an Apex in-game, use the Apex in-game to get credits, use the credits to buy 3 boxes, and if you hit the winning combination of those 3 boxes, you made enough gold to buy 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 more Apex. And so it was a horrible cycle. Yes, they have nearly 3 million people registered to play. Even if it's not 30%, let's say it's at least 15%. You don't think 15% is a good number? No, I don't. I don't at all. I simply do not think 15% of the population is going to make a purchase every single month. I don't believe 15% of the population is going to make a purchase every single month. You're talking about 150,000 people making a purchase. 150,000 people making a purchase. If they have 1 million, let's do 150,000 times 15. That's $2.2 million. By the time you take taxes off of that, that gives them an extra 1.5. That gives them an extra 1.5 million income. Times that by 12, that's 20 million. 18.9. That's great. At that rate, even if they divert 100% of the cosmetic sales to paying off Steven, it takes a little more than 2 years before Steven's loan is paid off. That's why I'm saying a box price would have been better. They would have gotten a nice fat amount of money and they would have gone with it. There's people who said they won't play. There's people who won't play Ashes of Creation because they can't pay for their subscription with in-game gold. And then you try to explain it to them. I don't know if you know this, but buying your subscription with in-game gold is pay to win. And they say, well, how do you figure? I said, Bill, because I have disposable income. I take that disposable income and I take, let's see. I take $150 every month. And there are people who do this. I take $150 every month. I buy 10 subscriptions. I sell those subscriptions in game for 10,000 gold. I get 100,000 gold every month. $150 is meaningless to me. I can make $150 in 10 minutes. Lawyers, doctors, anesthesiologists, contractors, a lot of people I know that don't have a lot of time to play. They have no problem dropping $150, $300, $1,000, $1,500, $3,000 on the game. Well, why the hell do they have the best gear? Because they have a legal way to buy currency. Ashes isn't doing that, and because Ashes isn't doing that, a lot of these other features that everyone likes to cite aren't going to be evident. Now, are there people who buy Overwatch boxes for skins? Sure. I'm sure there are. I didn't like Overwatch. I wasn't very good at it. I'm pretty good with Lucio, but you really can't fuck up Lucio. I play Heroes of the Storm. I have never spent $1 on Heroes of the Storm. I have never spent $1 on Heroes of the Storm. Because you don't need to. You can get you can earn enough gold in Heroes of the Storm by playing and not sucking to buy a crate pretty much every day. Cosmetics have a cost to their creation. Creating a new cosmetic every month to generate sales requires employees to develop and test them, taking away from other development goals. Not exactly, Lodge, because the staff members that you have assigned to doing your cosmetics, they're there for profit taking. The people that you put there to develop those, the idea goal is this. The idea goal is that my cosmetic team that develops the 6 cosmetics each month, that the money I make in sales on those cosmetics is more than the monthly payroll for the staff members I use to make those cosmetics. Because if I'm not hitting that benchmark, I have a problem. It also doesn't take, I want to pay the entire salary of the guys that make the cosmetics with the sales of the cosmetics. Because number one, then it's no cost to me. There's still a cost, but big picture, big top level, big picture, there's no cost to me, and I'm generating additional income. If I'm not generating additional income, if I'm only breaking even, then you're absolutely right. I have a problem. And also, the goal of, who the fuck did I pay? The next, the other piece to that is, say I have 3 people say I have 3 people on my team that are responsible for the monthly cosmetics. The goal is that the sale of the monthly cosmetics generates enough money to pay for all 3 of those people. And gravy and extra. And the secondary goal is that it doesn't take all 3 of those people all month to develop those 6 cosmetics. So in that, I'm actually creating 3 positions that have more developmental time at no additional cost to me. When is the info on the combat rework coming out? It's classified G14, can't tell you. I actually don't even go on to anywhere that I can accidentally get get information because I don't want to accidentally share any information. So I try to stay away from anywhere I could stumble into non-disclosure agreement information because I don't want to be a dumb fuck and break my NDA. I don't think the combat rework date is NDA. The date isn't. But he said what is info on the combat rework coming out? Or when is info coming out? Hold on. There's 2 parts to that. When it's coming out would be under NDA information on it. The public information is that we know it'll be out on April 6th. That's their goal. I do not work at Intrepid Studios. I'm an official content creator. There's Reckless. Thanks, Reckless. Brush off your hands. Get that Cheeto dust off your hands, man. Don't shake people's hands with Cheeto dust. Don't lie to me. You've been eating Cheetos. Because you got a bag of recreational, you know. So yeah, you know. I gotta go this way, right? Yeah, I gotta go this way. Versus is up. I don't want to do versus. I'll do one more, and then I'll do a couple of verses. Versus requires me to spend more time paying attention to verses because it's every 7 minutes instead of every 30. And then I start to get involved, and I didn't know versus was coming today. I'm not in the right mindset for it. So anyway, we've talked about why are people being punished. There's not much more there. So many people, man. You know, a huge problem with having a game in open, transparent development like this one is that all these people come in with their good ideas, but they haven't read anything. And also, guys, I told you, these things are addictive. I gotta just throw these out. I'm not even hungry. I'm just eating them because they're so damn good. It's like the salt, man. I just like sodium. So, what do you think is going to happen with the daily login rewards? Poll is going no. Yeah, let me jump in on that one. Let's go over with that one. Hi, buddy. Leave the fries alone. My cat with the kidney issues hears me put fries in the bag, and he's instantly like, "Mine! No, you're gonna die. You almost nearly died." Forums. Discussion. And let's turn this off. And let's do Glorious Ashes community. It is time for another dev discussion. Dev discussion topics are kind of like reverse Q&A. Rather than you asking us about Ashes of Creation, we want to ask you what your thoughts are. Our design team has compiled the list of burning questions we'd love to get your feedback on. Blah, blah, blah. What are your thoughts about login rewards, whether on a daily or longer term basis for cosmetic rewards? What reward systems from other games have you liked and disliked, and for what reasons? Okay, so a couple of things here. And this may make me sound like an elitist jerk, but they're not your fries. I'm sorry. He thinks he gets fries. Got to see you. You're making all the noise. They do pay to see the producers. Okay. Good boy. So, login rewards. Here's the login reward. Here's a login reward for you. Your business isn't doing very well, so you decide to do a raffle, a doorbuster. People coming in and getting a raffle ticket every time they shop there. Every 5th coffee is free. Every 7th appetizer is free. 1 point for every $10 you spend, and you can get an appetizer for 10 points. You can get a meal for 30 points. You can get a drink for 8 points, non-alcoholic, of course. All of these things are gimmicks. All of these things are marketing gimmicks. If you guys have been to marketing school, if you've ever been to marketing school, thanks. My sub only comes to me for the kiddies. I will buy them more greenies, and I will say these are from Nixa. If you guys have ever been to marketing school, in marketing school, you learn a lot of things, and there is a lot of marketing stuff you need to learn. In fact, one of the books I highly recommend for every small business owner, every marketeer, marketer, every advertiser is Guerrilla Marketing by Jay Levinson. If you run a business, if you own a business, if you're thinking about going into business, if you're responsible for marketing or advertising in business, read Guerrilla Marketing. There's a couple of different books. If you want me to give you the actual links, just hit me up after the show. I'll give you the actual links to the actual books, the ones I recommend. He's got a lot of them, a ton of them, but there's some that you want to work on. Now, login rewards. Shouldn't the game be good enough that I want to log in? Shouldn't there be enough to do in the game that I want to log in every day? Shouldn't the game become my Fight Club? Everything I do in my life, I do because I'm supporting Fight Club. Why do I get up at 5:30 in the morning and go for my run instead of doing my run after work? Well, because I get up at 5:30 in the morning to go for my run. Because if I try to run after work, I'm running during prime time PvP. So I get up at 5:30 in the morning and go for my run so I don't miss any game time. You think I haven't done this? Bullshit. Yes, I have. I have switched my entire schedule to get up at 4:50 in the morning to hit the gym and hit the track and get my workout on and get my pump on, just so that after work, nothing's in the way of my gaming. I am the guy that when I was married, I was in Ohio and my wife was in Kansas because I PCS'd mid-school year. I used to, on Sundays when nothing was going on, I used to make a bunch of meals, put them in Tupperware, put them in the fridge, just because when I got home from work, I could walk in through the garage, I could put a meal in the microwave, I could hit start, I could go upstairs, I could change, could come down, grab my food, I could sit down and eat, wash the dish, put the dish away, wash the Tupperware, put the Tupperware away, and then I could go downstairs and I could game for 7 hours uninterrupted. Login rewards just become a matter of, well, thanks for rewarding me. In order for them to be effective, there has to be a giant cookie on the end of the rope. You are not going to get gamers to come and log in for a carrot, because gamers don't like carrots. Gamers don't give a shit about a simple carrot. And a lot of times people forget that when you talk about the carrot, it's not a carrot on a stick. It's a carrot and a stick. So remember earlier today, we talked about punishments. We talked at positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, and punishments. Login rewards are a punishment. You are actually being punished because you didn't log in 25 times out of 30 in the month. You are actually being punished because you didn't do those dailies. There is a cookie at the end of the month, and you didn't get it. I'm sorry, Sparky, but you only logged in 24 times this month, and it takes 25 logins to get a coin. So you don't get a coin this month, and you can't get the really cool Plague Doctor's costume because you had to work late one night, and the 24-hour clock wasn't in your favor, and all sorts of other bullshit. So you went on vacation for 2 weeks. I'm sorry, you really wanted that Plague Doctor's outfit. You wanted that Plague Doctor's outfit, but you went on Vacation. You were in the hospital. You had to go TDY. You had to travel for work. Your kid got sick. You just didn't feel like playing. So now I've seen Reckless put the marker down at 15 out of 30 days. Well, now you've lost the entire point of this. So what is the marketing angle? What is the marketing angle? Hold up. People aren't upset about login rewards for the sake of them. People are upset about the login rewards. You should be upset about login rewards because login rewards are psychological marketing, and you shouldn't be the victim of psychological marketing. Psychological marketing is shit that shitty companies do, and they all do it. They all do it, right? Not all of them. You know the companies that are legit and don't do that bullshit psychological marketing, and you know the companies that do the psychological marketing, the fear of missing out, the limited time only. This is for a limited time only. Do you think that with all the bullshit little text that they put at the bottom of the screen during a TV commercial, do you think all the bullshit disclaimer text that they put at the bottom of the screen during a TV commercial, you think that they can't just put limited time only in there as well? Why do they say limited time only? Limited time only. Pavlovian, I'm salivating. The McRib is back for a limited time. Honey, we need to have McDonald's tonight. Why? I want a McRib. The Shamrock Shake is back. I can tell you right now, if my daughter, we don't have TV. We don't have TV in the house. We have every streaming service, but we don't have TV. Pressure sales, urgency, exactly. You absolutely need this item for the emergency that's probably never going to happen, that you already have 9 of these in your house already, but we're going to use marketing techniques in order to make you feel like you need this. You absolutely positively need to. Duracell. Why the fuck do you think Duracell does 9-volt battery commercials with smoke detectors? Fear. Duracell runs their commercials. Duracell specifically runs their commercials and tells you that you need to go out and buy 9-volt batteries for your smoke detector because there's a house on fire and there's a fireman running into it, and they had that smoke detector beep, 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 beep. And that's the Energizer Bunny. Shut up. So you got that beep, 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 and then you got it cuts away to the other house that doesn't have a live battery, and now the whole room fucking explodes, and then the fireman runs in, and then in order to make it not the people's fault for not putting a 9-volt battery, they say, and what brand of battery do firefighters trust most? Duracell. Dude. And then you're automatically like, honey, do we have 9-volt batteries? Honey, when was the last time we checked the smoke detectors? Shit, I realize I don't even know where the smoke detector from my master bedroom is. I have one out in the loft. I have a carbon monoxide smoke detector right out in the loft, and I have one at the bottom of the stairs, and they're siblings. If one is chiming, the other one is chiming. So, battery commercial showing a kid winning the remote control car competition. Might as well say your kid can't win without us, and if you don't buy, you don't love your kid. Yeah, exactly. These techniques work on the mentally weak. These techniques work on everybody except for the rarity of people who can break themselves out of psychological purchasing. Most people, tell me this. Tell me this. Do you eat before you go to the grocery store? Because if the answer is no, you're already falling prey to tips and tricks that grocery stores use. Why is the bakery at the front of most grocery stores? Why is the bakery where you must walk past to get into most grocery stores? Because it's the place that you're going to walk in. You're going to be greeted by smells. You're going to be seated by sights. And if you're hungry, that's when that apple pie gets put in the cart. Yeah, because bread smells delicious. That is damned right. You guys realize that grocery stores take a loss on fresh baked bread. Grocery stores take a loss on fresh baked bread. But they make bread throughout the day because you smell it, you salivate, and then you start thinking about all the other things that you need to go with bread. Do we have a jam? Is the jam fresh? Let's just get fresh jam. Is the peanut butter fresh? Is the butter fresh? Other trick is milk is in the back. Yep, there's a reason why milk is in the back. There is a reason why the milk is all the way at the back of the store. So that you have to walk all the way through the store to get it. You think that they would have the milk at the front of the store so that people who only need a gallon of milk. Why are gallons of milk? Why do gas stations sell gallons of milk? Because they want you to come in and they want you to buy 3 other things. Gas station doesn't actually want to sell you gas, by the way, just so you know. Gas stations make very little profit on gas. And somebody's going to argue with me, and I invite you to feel free. You can argue with me. You can argue with me. But the gas station itself makes very little money on gas. The gas station is like the movie theater. The gas station makes very little profit on the gas. The gas station makes their money on all the stuff. All the stuff that they sell. Every time my kid asks me for candy at the register, my response is the same. Sweetheart, you know this is an impulse aisle and you can get the same things here at half price deeper in the store. Yeah, my kids figured that out. They get $1 for a candy bar, and they figured out early on that they can pool their money and get 6 of them from the 6-pack aisle, or they could each get like 1 candy bar at the aisle. Man, my kids got fucking smart. It's Costco's $1.50 hot dogs and a drink, same price since start. Once the VP suggested raising the price, the CEO said, if you raise the price of the hot dog, I will kill you. Figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Restaurants make more money on alcohol than food. Actually, the biggest profit margin in a restaurant is soda. Believe it or not. Biggest profit margin in the restaurant is the soda. Because all you have is about 25 cents overall for the cost of the water, the cost of the syrup, and the cost of the guy who washes the glass. Anyway, login rewards. My thoughts on login rewards work like this. Final Fantasy XIV has the absolute best way to do this. If you're trying to give back to the consumer, just give us the reward every 30 days that we've paid subscription time. Final Fantasy did this until they figured something out. Final Fantasy figured this out. If you're already paying the subscription, and I'm giving you something because you have a veteran's reward from the subscription, I'm not getting you to play. I'm getting you to subscribe. It doesn't get you in the door. Why do games come up with dailies? Games come up with dailies because they don't have enough meaningful content for you to log in every day. Anybody that plays ArcAge, tell me what the bulk of the content is now. Anybody that plays WoW, what is the bulk of the content? Dailies. It is dailies. It is the fear of missing out, the fear of falling behind, the fear of not being the best. So I have to log in today. Honey, can you watch the kids? I just got home from work and I got to do my dailies, and I pulled 6 really bad dailies today. Or, all right, kids, dinner's going to be on the table at 4 because my daily cycle starts at 6. And so I need to be at my computer for 2.5 straight hours every day. Otherwise I fall behind. It's bullshit. Login rewards. Don't give me a cookie to log in. Make your game good enough that I want to log in. Now, here's the other part. And people are gonna be like, oh, Steven, a login reward system doesn't work with your business model. Because you're gonna give everybody a cosmetic coin where they can buy a coin from the cosmetic coin cash shop. But then our guy earlier who said all these people are going to buy cosmetics, 15% of the community is going to buy cosmetics. Not the fuck if you have free fucking cosmetics given away every month, they're not. Over here, we have a $25 cosmetic that I would like you to buy. Over here, I have a equivalent cosmetic I'm going to give you for free if you log in every day. But over here is your monthly subscription. Over here is your monthly subscription and all the things you want to do in order to stay relevant. Why did I need that cookie to log in to get the cosmetic? And then do you want me to log in and be pissed off and miserable because I logged in? Fuck. Well, I logged in and now I might as well do some stuff. I logged in. If I can log in and get the cosmetic and not do anything else, you're giving me a participation fucking trophy. I don't feel like I've earned anything. Psychologically, you're giving me a participation trophy. It doesn't matter if I won or I lost. It doesn't matter if I tried or I didn't. I showed up. I teacher, I'm here. Here's your A. I'm here. Here's your A. I've heard of schools right now that can't adapt. They're doing pass fail. As long as the kids show up, they're passing. What the fuck is that? Okay? It's the same concept. Gonna do a community discussion with this topic. I think every month would be cool, but I'm open to community feedback. I think as long as the reward is a more a gift than a pressure or pay to win tactic, that is cool. Okay, number C. Wait, what? Anyway, C. I think as long as the reward is more of a gift than a pressure or pay to win tactic, that is cool. Okay, if it's gonna be a gift, then give me a fucking gift every 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180 days that I've logged in. Give me that. But here's your problem with that. Not every time that I've logged in. Give me that every 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180 that I've subscribed. Here's the problem. You owe me a cosmetic for the first 360, you owe me a cosmetic for the first 365 days because I have 12 months of subscription time. It came with my fucking Intrepid pack. And I'm sure the Braver of World is going to give a shit about their fucking cosmetic because they have lifetime membership. All you're doing now is you're including it. Now you're including a cool cosmetic with the cost of my subscription. I think every month would be cool. You know what? How about this? How about what Space Marine just said? How about you get me to play your fucking game? Because your fucking game is good. How about we go back to the old days where I actually don't log out at 10 o'clock like a good boy to go to bed because I got to go to work the next day. I push it to 10:10, to 10:15, to 10:20, to 10:45. Holy shit, it's 12:15 and I'm still not done with everything I wanted to get done today. But I'm not doing dailies. I'm doing shit I find entertaining. How about EVE Online, man? How about EVE Online where I had my day off certificate for whatever the fuck I did. I think I bedazzled some senators or some shit. So I had a commander's issued pass, good for one day. I called my boss one day, and I said, because the boss who gave it to me, he was fucking up early as shit. I don't think that dude slept. I called him on his phone. I was like, hey boss, I'm not feeling really well. He's like, are you going to go to sick call? I was like, yeah, I'm just going to burn my 1 day pass because I don't want to dick around with sick call. Is that cool with you if I just burn my pass? And he's like, well, what's wrong? I'm like, I didn't get a lot of sleep. I was up late, had a lot on my mind. So I'm not feeling good. I'm not going to be able to perform. He's like, I'll just take one on me. Save the pass for when it's something you want to do with your family. I was like, okay. Went back to bed. I was honest with my boss. I was up late. I couldn't sleep. I had a lot on my mind. I was watching 5 screens and making sure nobody entered local and getting ready to light a Sino. And on my other screen, getting ready to hot drop a clock of fucking Dreadnought. I didn't lie to my boss. I just said, I'm not feeling that well because I haven't slept and I had a lot on my mind. He's like, take one on me. Yeah. EVE Online is addictive as crack. I want Ashes of Creation. I want Ashes of Creation to be that damn amazing. I want Ashes of Creation to be that damn amazing. And I think it will be, but not if you cheapen it. Not if you cheapen it. Right? Not if you cheapen it. Don't give somebody a bullshit gift bag that looks like ass if you're giving them like a $200 bottle of scotch. All you got to do for a $200 bottle of scotch is put a little ribbon on the top and hand it over like it's a baby. So you just, here you go, man. Where the hell are my hands? Here you go, man. Thought you'd like this. You don't put a $200 bottle of scotch in a 99-cent fucking gift bag. You just don't because you cheapened it. If I'm gonna give you a nice bottle of scotch and a nice bottle of whiskey, I'm just gonna hand it to you like a baby. Here you go, bottle of champagne. Here you go. I thought you might like this. I thought you might enjoy it. It's a 1987 Dom Perignon. I think you'll enjoy it. You and your wife seem to like this particular vintage. Going back to Ultima Online, there were vet rewards 6 months and a year and every year thereafter. It was meaningful and a nice status piece. What's up, Wandering Mists? Good video, by the way. I I think what would be cool about you want to give people cosmetic rewards. Here's how you give people cosmetic rewards. Here's how you do it. You put your actual birth date in your account, and then they send you a fucking gift on your birthday. Let me jump up real quick and I'll tell you why. So here's why you do it. Here is why you give people the cosmetic on their birthday. How many of you got a birthday present that you could unwrap last year? And how many of you are at the stage of your life where you no longer get wrapped presents? You get a card from your spouse. There may be like a gift card or something in there from your spouse, but you and your, like, honestly, my relationship with my wife, I don't make my wife wait for her birthday for something she wants. A couple of years ago, my wife wanted a new car. I don't function well out in society, but I did was my wife wanted a new car. I looked at my wife and I said, go buy yourself a new car. She was like, what the fuck? Just drop that sort of shit on a person. I said, yeah, go buy yourself a new car. I got my SUV. We've got money. Go buy yourself a new car. She went and she bought herself a Nissan Altima. She had fun with it. It was a multi-day project. It got her out of my hair. But I'm not going to wait till my wife's birthday. I'm not going to wait till my wife's birthday to say, go buy a new car. So, when we go on a vacation every year, I don't think we have any souvenirs left to buy. I don't think we have any more. I don't think we have any souvenirs to buy at Harry Potter World. But my wife will probably find something on the city walk. My kids are old enough now. My daughter will be just about 16 when we go to Universal this year. My other one will be 8. I'm probably going to look at my almost 16-year-old and say, hey, your mom and I want to go walk down the city walk. You guys can go back to the room, but you can't go swimming. Or you can go, I think it's 16. I'll be like, you guys can go swimming. Just make sure you leave me a note if you go down to the pool and which pool you go to. My wife and I'll walk down the city walk. One of the things I do for my wife's birthday is I tell her, I'll match your souvenir money when we go on vacation in the fall. My wife's birthday's in June. No. Wrong month. My wife's birthday is in a month, and I'll say, I'll match your souvenir money. Sometimes that bites me in the ass. Sometimes she's got like $1,000 saved up, and I'm like, fuck. Other times she's got like $200. I was like, I got off that one easy. But birthdays are a big deal for people. Give people a birthday present. Now, your birthday just temporarily became the day after launch, and that's going to work great for you until, number one, they don't start the birthday celebration until an unknown date, which is what I would tell people. I would say to people, at some point, we're going to start giving birthday presents. And then if you did it the day after lunch, you'll be waiting a year. Or that'll be great because you've put that into your account, and then your account gets locked for some reason. And you call up and you're like, I need to get into my account. It's locked. And they're like, what's your birth date? And you're like, shit. What day was launch? What was 2 days after launch? So I'd say once you put the birthday in, you can't change it. No, I agree with you 100% because that should be the birth date on the account. Hey, guess what? If we also did that, that's going to stop a lot of account selling because you're going to be like, oh shit, I didn't look at what the birth date was before my account got locked. And then the customer service person's going to be like, so what's your birth date? January 2nd. No, it's not. Try again. Well, that's my birthday's January 2nd. Well, that sure is fucking what you put in the account. Let's see. I'd like to test the theory that it's better to give than to receive by actually receiving something. Like I said, guys, I don't want to go get it. My children gave me a Gatling gun Nerf gun. You can see it. You see it down there? Right down there in the corner next to the Ghostbusters thing is a Gatling gun Nerf gun. My children gave me a gift. They didn't think that one through too good. I actually asked my teenager the other day, I said, what was going through your head when you bought that for me? She's like, I just thought you would like to have it, but I didn't actually think you would ever shoot us with it. I was like, well, I've been your father for your whole life. You fucking don't know me very well. You thought I wasn't going to shoot you with the Nerf gun, and you were wrong. So yeah, reward system, fucking bullshit, man. Make it your birthday. Make it your birthday. Make it, how about an event to log in once per year? Yeah, make it your birthday. Yeah, like birthdays can't change, and nonetheless, if they could, then just would stop somebody from just changing the date. Yeah, exactly. But I think giving people a reward because they're logging in to play your game is absolutely fucking bullshit. It was like the lady at the coffee shop on base. They had every 10th coffee was free. And so I felt like a fucking, loser holding this fucking card. And I just didn't do it. I just didn't do. I hate fucking coupons. I hate free cards. I hate all that shit. And so I just stopped doing it because I was like, I make more than enough money to pay for my cup of coffee every day. So then I was like, well, you know what I could do is I could just keep getting this stamped. And then when I have one, just turn around and hand it to like the airmen behind me so they can get a free coffee. So I started doing that. It wasn't for me. I started doing it for somebody else. And then it was funny because the owner was like, I see what you do with your coffee card all the time. And I was like, well, yeah, because I don't want it. The owner just started giving me like every other Friday, I got a free coffee. And I said, well, why do you do that? He's like, because I like you. I like the kind of person you are. I was like, well, that's cool. It didn't change the fact that that's where I was going every day for my coffee. I had 3 choices on that base where to get my coffee. I went to that place. So, I just make it at home. Yeah, I can make espresso at home. I have a Verismo, but I don't make my coffee as good. And I like caramel macchiato. I like caramel macchiatos, so I like caramel macchiatos with 4 shots of espresso because holy shit, I can get things done faster. 3 shots of espresso, baby. Let me just tell you, you can see fucking sounds. There is nothing wrong with 4 shots of espresso. I also like the idea I said earlier with just challenges like beat boss X in time or below for this cosmetic and kill X players as combatant for this cosmetic. It's just more of a flex than when I spent X money on it. Yeah, the only problem with that is you've just created dailies. Now, you want to go the next step over, do what Final Fantasy did. Do what Final Fantasy 14 did. Do 500 dungeons as a gunbreaker. Here's your mount. Do 500 dungeons as a warrior. Here's your mount. But you could make that. You want people to actually play your game. Fuck your daily reward system. Completely just fuck that. That is trash. What you do is you kill 500 dungeon bosses, you get X cosmetic. And then you kill 1,000 dungeon bosses, you get Y cosmetic, and so on. How is the only way to kill 1,000 dungeon bosses? To run 1,000 dungeon, or to run 333 dungeons, there's 3 bosses and a dungeon. But then Final Fantasy does it even better. They do clear this place 5 times, clear this place 10 times. Don't make it monthly. Don't make it on a time schedule. And then what you do, I was able to boost like half through the game because of how much gold BDO gave me when I transferred to the currency, and then I just bought plus thing armor and weapons. Yeah. That's not good. Meaningful rewards for real achievements is so much better. Yeah, exactly. Clear 1,000 dungeon bosses and get a coin. Clear 500 dungeon bosses and get a coin. Craft 1,000 items and get a coin. Whatever. But think your achievement system through. Think your achievement system all the way through, so that you also tie the cosmetic rewards into it, and then you're gonna have people logging in, and then you're gonna have achievement points like Guild Wars 2. I didn't play Guild Wars 2 enough to get into the achievement points part. I can say Final Fantasy has cosmetics at their achievement point vendor. It works so much better because, number one, I don't have all of the mounts from all the tank classes because I haven't run 500 I haven't run 500 dungeons on my other tanks. Are these points meaningful? Do you get paid with these? The Paradox points? No, I don't get paid with them. You guys get paid with them by opening up boxes and challenges like the gift card giveaway. Then I start giving away gift cards and stuff. What I do get paid for, if you're new to Ashes, I do get paid for when you guys register with my referral code, because then it shows Intrepid I'm still reaching people. And as I reach more people, as my channel grows, as my YouTube grows, as my Twitch grows, I get to say to Intrepid, well, hey, I'm reaching a ton of people. How about you give me some beta keys? You collect enough Paradox points, you can spam hydrate and make Jahlon dehydrate. Yes, that is true. Oh, stretch feels good. I was at the chiropractor earlier. I was at the massage therapist yesterday. Yeah, the neck's in place. I like it. The neck is in place. You guys know I have a C2, C3 fusion. So my neck gets really sore a lot of the time. My C2 and C3 are fused. And then my my lower back has got damage as well. So I gotta go in. I gotta have somebody else pop my back occasionally. It's always funny too. My massage therapist is a tiny thing. She is a tiny thing. In a street fight, she is not Chun-Li. Okay, let me just be honest with you. In a street fight, my massage therapist is not Chun-Li. She's not Camille. They're not gonna put up a fight against me. But when I'm on the massage table, man, the amount of pain she can inflict while trying to work out, like getting my bicep tendon to roll back, is amazing. Massage therapists have nothing but my respect, because oh my god. It sucks because I already used Peon's referral code, but I don't know if it's possible to remove emails from accounts, because if so, I just might make a new account. I am never going to advocate for that level of shenanigans. There are some content creators out there that have told people, well, if you want to support me, just delete your account and make a new one with my referral code. I won't do that because, quite simply, I think it's disingenuous. I want to know how many people I authentically reached and how many people I authentically was able to reach, because it lets me know a lot more about my numbers. Sure, giving up 15% of your lifetime purchases is like, yeah, that's a lot of money, but at the same time, I didn't bring those people in. So I will never say, oh, just remake your account with my email address. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, you made an account, Peon got you, you belong to Peon. Plus, Peon's going to be able to retire on that fucking, Peon's going to be able to retire on his referral money, man. He's just going to be like, spending money, and more just keeps showing up. Peon's going to be like, yeah, I spent $50,000 today. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't take too long after the website rework until we can see how much people we have referred have spent. Yeah, but talents, you have no friends and nobody used your code. So 15% of 0 is still 0. 15% of 0 is 0. So what are you worried about? Peon owns you. Man, you have 75 referrals. Urgh, good job. I will say this, man. I'm thankful Peon did the video that he did. His video, I link his videos on the link tree. The link tree is a little bit different than my my website. I don't like to link other people's content on my website because I don't want people to think I'm trying to ride coattails. But on the link tree, I don't maintain the link tree for me. I maintain the link tree for all you guys. That way, when somebody in your guild is like, I don't know about Ashes, you can be like, I don't even need to tell you. Here's the link tree from Ashes 101. It's got all the interviews and stuff on it. Intrepid, or Peon, he pushed out that 2.1 million video, that YouTube video that got 2.1 million views, and I picked up about 1,400 subs because of that. So I still cannot believe there are people that think giving Asmongold a key was a bad idea. Like, I sincerely don't understand why small content creators were mad that the Lazy Peon, that Asmongold and Tim the Tapman and Summit 1G were given free keys. I want them to be given keys. I want the biggest people in the industry to be given keys. I want them to go play it. I want them to play the game for like 3 days, get their communities all psyched about it, and then stop playing it and go back to whatever they were playing. Because then those people are going to be like salivating at the mouth for more content. And they're going to be like, oh, well, my streamer doesn't do it anymore. So, well, he's quit streaming now, so it doesn't matter who's quit streaming. Asmongold is exactly the reason why and many others got introduced to Ashes and even bought packs. Yeah, exactly. Asmongold got a lot of people interested. Asmongold got a lot of people interested. I still don't know when you say he's quit streaming. I don't know who that is. But yeah, Asmongold is going to get a bunch of people excited about Ashes, and then he's not. Asmongold quit. No, he didn't. Guys. First of all, Asmongold hasn't quit streaming. Asmongold, the character, is taking a 1 month-ish break. Second, Zach, the streamer behind the Asmongold character, because his name's not really Asmongold, and my name's not really Jahlon. I do have an actual legal name. He's taking a break on his Asmongold channel, but he's still streaming on his Zach channel. And then he actually had to double back and say, just because people didn't understand, I'm taking a break. It says J on the birth certificate. Yeah, I don't even have, I'm Agent J. I don't have a first name. I don't have a last name. It's been really hard my whole life. Just walk up to people like, yeah, J. What's that stand for? Fine. It stands for Jahlon. I'll make something up. But, yeah, Asmongold is coming back to streaming. Yeah, my last name is Alon. My first name is just J. It's just a letter. A few quick items to share. I don't care. I don't deal with the little one. All I will do is ask my wife if she looked at the email. Be like, we'll be at dinner tonight. I'll be like, did you look at the email from the school? And she'll be like, no. Mr. Anderson. Yes. Man, Keanu Reeves is supposed to be in Expendables 4. If that film ever films, because there's some problems with it. But if they have to wait on Keanu Reeves to be available for filming of a movie, they're gonna be waiting a while. He's did Bill and Ted's, and then he did all the filming for Cyberpunk, and then he's doing Matrix 4 and John Wick 4. This leads me to why I think people should only be able to be like one main character, but Keanu Reeves is so damn good at it. And then you watch a movie like Johnny Mnemonic. It's on Amazon. We went through this last time. It's a movie like Johnny Mnemonic, and you're just like, why did you do this movie? But then you realize where he was in his career, and he probably did it because it was what he was offered. So, but yeah, The producer on Expendables 4 is so hard to work with. Terry Crews walked. Sylvester Stallone walked. When Sylvester Stallone walked, Jason Statham, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and a couple of other people said, "Well, we're not filming this movie." And then I don't remember her name, but she's one of the executive producers. She's like, "Well, we'll just move on with the movie without you." And all I remember is that the response was, "Well, which action stars are you going to get to film the Expendables 4?" Because part of it is, Bruce Willis was another one who walked. Part of the Expendables charm is that they're all fourth wall breaking each other's catch lines. And so you're like, who is left that can be like Chuck Norris, Jet Li, Terry Crews, Dolph Lundgren, Van Damme is dead. Let's see. Bruce Willis, Harrison Ford, Ronda Rousey, all these people have been in the movie. None of those people are going to work with this producer. Be like, who do you have left? Who do you have left to put into the movie? And the answer is nobody. But if they're waiting on Keanu Reeves, Steven Seagal will resurrect it. Man, nobody likes Steven Seagal. Plus, Steven Seagal went and got fat. So, Steven Seagal went and just got fat, which makes you just laugh. How's a guy who's going to scream up and down that he's this, he's that, he's the other, he's a master of Aikido? Dude, you got fat. He can be Kung Fu Buddha. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, dude, Steven Seagal, your movie career kind of took like a fucking tank. In the 90s, you were in like every movie that was coming out. Under Siege, fucking Marked for Death, Hard to Kill. And then in Executive Decisions, you got all fucking antsy. You got all fucking antsy with people. And then all of a sudden you're in fucking Machete Kills. Like, downward go. Plus, what is this shenanigans that Edward Cullen is Batman? The fuck is that? Fucking Robert Pattinson is Batman. Can I please have an American as my Batman? I don't got anything against Europeans, but God damn it, give me an American Batman. I want an American Batman. It's because England can't come up with any superheroes. The only thing England can come up with is a better strain of COVID. Good job, UK. Just fucking with you. More like fucking the UK leaves the European Union, and there's Scotland at the top of the island swimming. We want to come back. Take us back. Kept me under lockdown for longer, so hell yeah. Talents gets to pass school. They've got more strains of COVID in the UK. Talents can pass. Talents manages to get a 90 on an open book test. Why you know Google? Why you know use book? Ben Affleck showed us you can do any role after Batman. Ben Affleck showed us that you don't have to. Ben Affleck literally showed us you can phone it in and do Batman. Fuck's sake. DC Comics wonders why their movies don't do as good. I'll fucking show you why. You wanna know why? That's right. That's why. The only thing about Christian Bale being Batman that was believable is if you've heard about Christian Bale's tirades on set, you actually believe the actor when you're looking at him. You're like, oh, I believe that this guy is gonna beat the shit out of somebody. Because if you ever heard his rant about a gaffer who walked in front of him during a shot and distracted him, there's a 10-minute rant of him screaming at him on Terminator 3. And I hate to point it out to you, but dude, you made a fucking shit John Connor. Let's see. Wonder what they're gonna do with Deadpool. Deadpool is filming another movie. I am not sure what the current status is. Deadpool is actually doing a Deadpool 3. I got that on my Disney update because I get the shareholders thing. My brain. Sorry guys, my brain is still. I gave myself a concussion earlier this week. Yeah, it's going to be in the MCU. It's going to be R-rated. It's going to be Deadpool 3. It's not going to be X Factor. It's not going to be X Factor though. They originally, Ryan Reynolds wanted to do Deadpool 1, Deadpool 2, and then X Factor. But Disney wants to change that because Disney actually realizes that Disney realizes that the Deadpool franchise is lucrative. You don't understand how Disney can do Deadpool? Easy, because they own Marvel. And they bought Fox. So what I want to know is when Disney is going to get off of the sidelines and do Alien 5 and reboot that franchise with Ripley. Because Sigourney Weaver wants to do Alien 5. And then they could do an Alien 5, but not call it Alien 5. They could do an Alien 5 and really reboot that series for a good trilogy. Shit, they could redo Aliens, the second movie. They could just basically remake the series as they did 1 and 2 and be in a good shape. And then they did that fucking Prometheus shit, and it was like, the fuck is this? What the fuck are you doing? This isn't good. So isn't Sigourney Weaver wants to do Alien 5. She's retired. She wants to do Alien 5 though, because she likes the Ripley character. What else is Disney holding on to that they're not doing anything with? Die Hard, Alien versus Predator. Although Predator is a mess right now because Predator has been like licensed out. Predator has been licensed out to a number of different places. So that's part of the problem. They just like the Star Wars stuff you guys saw this week in gaming news, Bethesda. I told you guys, I actually broke this story a long time ago and people forgot. Nobody remembers me. I broke the story that EA had been put on notice by Papa Mouse that they no longer had an exclusive contract. EA pushed back that they had an exclusive contract. Disney having a legal team bigger than their animation studio. True fact. Disney figured out a way to basically, without having to pay anybody anything, they figured out a way to be able to shop around the exclusive IP, and they did it. And now EA is like, but we're going to make more games. Yeah, that was back when Battlefront 2 came out. Papa Mouse, I think Bob Iger was still CEO at the time. And he sent stormtroopers to EA to say, you've now proven that you don't care about the IP, you care about the dollar signs. And we don't like that. So we're putting you on notice that if you don't produce something good quickly, we're going to shop around the IP. They actually shopped the IP to Activision, which I'm surprised. I am shocked, senseless, that Activision didn't jump on having access to the Star Wars IP. I figured they would have. I figured when it got shopped to Blizzard, they would have jumped right on top of that shit. But knowing Blizzard, Activision, they probably thought that they were the big dicks in the room, and they probably wanted something like completely out of the realm of planet Earth, and they wanted to be like, we want this, and Disney was like, no. So maybe it was because how they didn't work out with Bungie. They didn't want to have that situation. Maybe. Possibly. The hell what time did I go live, guy? Did I go live on time? My brain. How long have I been on live? 3 hours and 24 minutes. Oh yeah, 4 o'clock. Yeah. Right. Because I'm not going out to dinner. We're having dinner because we can't go to a restaurant. So everything's good. Everything is good. Like looking at the clock, I was like, my daughter is home. But then my daughter isn't supposed to be, that's what's going on. My daughter is home because my daughter's school year got chopped to 2:20 this year. For the rest of the year, she only goes from 8:10 to 2:10. Normally my daughter would be getting home at 3:20. So Disney to EA, your lack of faith is disturbing. Yeah, exactly. At E3, I remember when EA come out on stage and said sorry, but I was telling my buddies, if you look carefully, Mickey was in the wings with a lead pipe. That's damn right, man. That's damn right. Disney does not take kindly to you fucking with their IP. Disney does not take kindly to anybody fucking with their intellectual properties. Now, a lot of people, I hate when people say this shit. Disney's just another greedy corporation. They fired employees during COVID. They could have kept paying them. Yeah, a company with $54 billion in projected debt can really just keep employees working. How about instead of people getting mad at Disney World and Universal in California, or Disneyland and Universal out in California, how about you get mad at, the state of California? But you want them to open up Disneyland in California right now with how many people are sick? It works in Florida because it works. The layout is a little bit different. I feel bad for Steven though, trying to run his business, man. Trying to run his business, not able to bring his staff in for a staff meeting. That's kind of rough. That's kind of Bush League. What else do we got? Anybody post anything good on the Reddit? I know people are like pinging me on Discord. They're like, "Can you help me with this?" Like, no, man. Can't you figure out that I'm streaming? I'm live, man. I'm live. There's a big purple dot next to my name. In fact, there's a big purple dot next to my name. Why aren't you in my show? Why aren't you here? Limited time cosmetics. Opinion needed. Oh, I like that. One of you, Wandering Mist. I like it. Wandering Mist, if you're here, you're such a fucking troll, man. You cross-posted that "why am I being punished" thread over to the Reddit. Man. Wandering Mist has to be one of my favorite moderators because he does not give a shit. Wandering Mist is a seagull, man. Wandering Mist swoops in, shits on everybody, and leaves. What's up, Reglis? I'm here for you. Viva la Arcade golden years. A lot of people want to shit on Arcade all the time. Arcade had some golden years. Alpha, a little bit of beta. Everything up until like 2.9 was pretty good. And then Arcade did what Arcade does, and they wanted more money. I swear it's like people who go into business don't read Henry Ford. People that go into business don't understand Henry Ford. If you worry about making a quality product, the only concerns about your profits will be that they'll be an embarrassing large. So, do you think that Arcade 2 will be good since they are bringing back the guy who made it great at the start? Okay, let me go over something real quick. They're not bringing back the guy who made it good. The guy who owned the company before he sold it came back. Okay, so a couple of bits and pieces there. Jake Song was the majority shareholder of XL Games. He went off to work on other projects. One of the projects he was working on was Civilization Online, and then Sid Meier's is a very notorious, difficult company to work with, and they like to pay people and then waste their time and then not push forth the game. So Jake Song is back, but the problem is XL Games got bought by Kakao. So the question becomes, can Jake Song, as the producer on Arcade, do what he says he wants to do, overcome the bad reputation that XL Games has, control the people at Kakao, and not so for the first time he's not the guy with all the power. He now is beholden to other people. Can he push through? Even though Kakao may want to monetize the shit out of Arcade 2? Can he push through all of the obstacles against him and actually release Arcade 2 in a non-pay-to-win format and be financially successful? Yes, I think Jake Song can. It's just he needs a lot of people to stay the fuck out of his way. Why did Arcade die to begin with? Bunch of things. Number one, they didn't launch the 0.0 build to NA, they launched, and when I say 0.0 build, it's just two different nomenclatures. So let me just say they didn't launch the 0.9 build. They didn't launch the version of the game that was bug-free, polished, refined in the core game that the rest of the world had. They launched the game on Korean 1.2. The problem with launching the game on Korean 1.2 was there was a couple of things that were different from 0.9 to 1.2. One of the biggest things about 0.9 is that in 0.9, taxes were paid with gold. In 0.9 in ArcAge, you couldn't accumulate these mass land baron farms, these mass estates, because you had to go out and earn gold in order to put down your property, because you had to pay the first week's taxes in gold. Now, as somebody who was a huge land baron in the first like 72 hours, I will say that I used a lot of my credits that I got with my founders pack to buy labor pots so that I could make tax certs, so that in the first week of the game, I took over more than 50% of the lower plateau of Rookborn Basin. My wife and I had more than 50% of the land there. My wife ran 2 characters through, got all of her stuff, dropped all of her stuff, went to bed. I gamed for 36 straight hours with micro naps and being force-fed caffeine. But I had probably 30 properties. I had 30 properties, and then I had property push, pulled, and locked out so that on your server, all housing was gone in the first hour. Bullshit. Nobody's server had all the property gone in the first hour. Bullshit. First 4 days, maybe. But no server at launch had all the housing gone within an hour. Bullshit. Not possible. Not fucking possible. No, it wasn't. You're going to argue with the ArcAge 101 guy? You're going to argue with the guy who studied the launch? No server had all the housing gone in the first hour. It wasn't possible. It wasn't possible for all the housing to be gone. In all the areas you checked, maybe. In all the prime areas, maybe. But it was impossible for all the housing to be gone within the first hour because you can't drop multiple pieces of property because that block was in place. Well, you could drop multiple pieces of property, but you were limited to 55 Guildastars in about 20 some odd minutes if you were an elf. Specifically, if you were an elf, you could get like 55 Guildastars, which allowed you to buy a thatched farmhouse, which was a 24 by 24. So, that aside, if you want to say all the housing was gone on your server within the first day, I won't quibble on the day. There was still property available on my server on day 3. Not much, but you'd still pockets of property on day 3. Now, if you're saying the first hour of launch, not the first hour of early access, that's a different statement. I'm talking about early access. So part of the problem was they launched just on the 1.2 build, which used labor-based tax certs. Number 2, they sold tax certs. Okay, launch, that's different. That's a different beast. I'm talking about early access day -4. So number 2, they sold tax certs in the cash shop, which that was another big what the fuck, because I simply was like, I need more tax certs. Swipe. So that was that. So they launched the game on a different build than how the game launched in Korea. Had they launched in the West on 0.9, where people had to buy their property with gold, then people wouldn't have done what I did and run multiple characters through just to get Guildastars just to drop property. Number 2, a big part of that was they didn't properly balance the servers. They didn't properly balance the servers in the slightest. Number 3, they had early access servers, but you had to buy a very expensive alpha pack to have access to early access. So the server population distribution never happened appropriately. Number 4, they didn't understand that you can't have one set of time zones. You can't have one set of time zones for a game where your West Coast population is missing most of the game. because the events are already over by the time they can even log in. That's not a good plan either. I gotta drop. Sorry guys, I keep forgetting to drop these because you guys, some of you need them for quests. My bad. What else did they fuck up? Another thing they fucked up was queues. Queues make or break a game. Remember we said the other day that there's not one game feature that will make or break your game? There's not one game feature that will make or break your game. There is, however, queues. And queues will make or break your game. Added labor points, there was always labor points. There was always labor points. Labor existed even in alpha. People didn't remember that labor existed in alpha because, oh yeah, that's another thing they did. During alpha, they had the labor regen rate jacked up so that you could test. And then when launch went, it went to half. Queues. And this is something that we're gonna bombard Steven with at the end of the month when they open up the Q&A. We're gonna bombard them with the, hey, you need to explain this 50,000 to 10,000 ratio because it's really pause for concern. I don't believe and I don't understand. And then if they want to get mad about that, I'm going to use social grassroots organization to get an answer to a question instead of me asking a question once and hoping it gets picked. I'm going to ask you all to post the same question. Well, then they need to read the book Extreme Leadership by Jocko Willink and Leif Babin, where it says a decision that's made up here is great, but if the people down here don't understand it, then the decision isn't a great decision. I don't understand the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio. And that really does get in my way of being able to advocate for this game. I no longer want to advocate for a game if I'm advocating for a game where you're going to be stuck in a 40,000 person queue. Because I'm not going to be stuck in the queue because I've already told you guys, fuck it, Drinking Bird on my space bar. I won't use a software macro to keep me logged in. I will use a goddamn Drinking Bird that hits a bunch of keys, like my BN and spacebar. And then you can look at your logs and you can be like, well, it seems weird because like every 30 seconds for like 8 hours, your spacebar got hit. And I'll be like, click, click, here's my Drinking Bird. I'll put it on Twitter. I'll put it on Instagram. I'll do a fucking YouTube video. You said that I cannot use a macro to keep myself logged in. Not a macro. I'll fucking teach my cats to bang my spacebar if I have to. Do you mind explaining to me what you mean by 10K to 40K? Like for every 4 people, there can be one that on at a time? Or am I just not being the brightest right now? Yeah, Steven has made a public statement that their ideal server population is 50,000 accounts per server. And then the concurrent population is 10,000 accounts. So you're going to put 50,000 people have their character on this server, but only 10,000 people can be on the server at a time. That doesn't work. That doesn't work in the slightest at all. That's a problem Arcage had. Arcage lost thousands. Arcage lost thousands of players. Arcage lost thousands of players in launch week because their server population. Does he think only 20% of the people will play? I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what he's thinking. I was always assuming he meant that they haven't decided on the server caps. No, the server cap is 8 to 10,000 concurrent. People say, when I say anecdotal evidence is never evidence, it's observations. Anecdotal evidence isn't evidence, it is only observations. The problem is that sometimes the people that are saying this happened, they actually do have hard evidence. I know multiple gaming organizations that charged back Arcage. And then because I have friends in a lot of places, because I've collected a large collection of friends over 41 years, sometimes I get information from people like, hey, don't list me by name, but here's some information. I have friends that work at Intrepid Studios. I have friends that work at I have friends that work at Tryon, that worked at Tryon, that now work at Gamigo, that work for Gamigo. I have friends that work for PayPal. Tryon had so many chargebacks at launch. You guys know I've talked about it on the show before. PayPal has a certain amount of, we're going to deal with chargebacks from your stupid ass company. And when you get too many of those, they just crank on the wheel and all chargebacks get approved. And it's something you authorize when you use PayPal. PayPal says, we will invest, and I forgot what it is, 1,000, 1,500. They will investigate up to X number of chargebacks in a limited amount of time. And after that number, they just authorize. If I get 1,500 chargebacks for the same thing and you're not answering any of them, then I'm just going to assume you're not going to answer any of them, and I just let the returns go. ArcAge, 3 times in their career or their history that I know of, they had the floodgates opened. I'm sorry, ArcAge 3 times, Tryon twice, Gamigo once, have had the floodgates of PayPal open where chargebacks were just instantly authorized. Part of that was you knew your servers could only have 6,600 people on them, right? But you allowed 15,000 people to make accounts. That doesn't fucking work during launch week. It's going to not work in ArcAge because it's not going to work in ArcAge because during launch week, everybody wants to play. After launch week, you can open up the lockouts, but are you really seriously like, here's the thought. And again, Steven may have an idea behind what he's thinking, or he may not have explained it well enough. But as an advocate for the Ashes community, I really would like an answer to what in the fuck he's thinking, because it's like it's the Bob Barker from Major League. Obviously Taylor's thinking. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. I don't know what Steven is thinking, that he can have a 5-to-1 ratio during launch week in a game that has primetime windows. I don't understand how they're thinking they can have a 5-to-1 ratio in a game that has primetime windows at all. I understand that they need to make sure that the servers stay healthy and that they stay north of 10,000 players per server. But you're literally, it's like when you guys were growing up, did you ever go to the arcade like on your day off from school, but like the other schools didn't have off? Like your school was having a service day, but the other schools weren't. And so you went to the arcade that was always busy after school at like 10 o'clock in the morning, and you walked in and it was like, you were in like Nirvana, you were in like paradise. You walked in and you're like the only kid in the arcade, and the guy's there like, aren't you supposed to be in school? No, my school's off today. And then he's like, what school do you go to? Because they had a list. Believe it or not, back in the 90s, they had a list. They knew which schools were off. They worked with the local school. It'd be like, I go to X school. He looks at the list. Okay, cool. You're good. Oh. And then the guys were cool. It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, here, have a bunch of free tokens. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So you walk in and there's like nobody there. But you go to that same arcade. Okay, for those of you that are like a little younger and you're not as old as some of us, an arcade is a place that we used to go that had stand-up video games, because we couldn't get like video games at home. We didn't have PCs. You guys might not know what an arcade is. Do a Google search. Anyway, you go to the arcade at 10 o'clock in the morning. You get to like practice like the new Mortal Kombat game because nobody's there. You come back at 3 o'clock that afternoon and meet up with your friends who go to a different school than you. That fucking place is packed. That place is packed. And you're like, shit, man. I still have a bunch of tokens. I'm not even going to get any games in, because it used to be like you lined up, right? You lined up player 1, player 2, and you were lined up behind them. And it was always winner stays. And most arcades had gentlemen's agreements. Ladies, we didn't find your type in arcades in the 90s. So the loser moved off and then the winner stepped up. And then generally, most gentlemen's agreements, when you had 3 wins in a row, it allowed you to take a token out of your pocket and put it on your side, meaning you've had 3 wins or more in a row, you get a stay on, you get a rematch. Most arcades around me, they did that. Nobody squabbled, nobody bitched, nobody bickered. Technically, I don't have to get off the game if I'm playing it. I can keep putting in tokens to continue. But then you're going to get your ass beat when you leave the arcade. But there were days that you'd be like 6 deep on the arcade and you'd be like trying to just, you're trying to just jump in and play like 2 games because your mom's picking up whatever. And you never got your chance. Your fucking mom taps you on the shoulder. Hey, it's time to go. Shit, I haven't gotten to play yet. Well, fuck, gotta go. That's queue times, right? I don't know what they're thinking with this 50-to-1 ratio, but I'd really like an answer. I would really like him to jump on my show and explain. Steven can call into my show anytime he wants. All he's got to do is PM me and be like, yeah, dude, Mike, I want it now. Give me a mic. Give me a microphone. Give me a microphone. I want to get on your show right now. Steven can get on my show anytime he wants. He's the only person in the free world. Well, technically, he's the only person who has an invitation in the free world. Technically, my teenage daughter can walk in here and start screaming at me anytime she wants. She can rant and rave. It'd be funny. Be like, hey, it'd just be like, hey, you realize I'm streaming right now. There's like 91 people I can see. And she'd probably walk out. She's actually funny though. I want to get her. I want her to get into streaming. I seriously do. I want her to get into streaming. She's funny as hell. When you get her going, my teenager is like as funny as me. She's more savage than me though. Can you believe that? My 15-year-old is more savage than me. Like I'll just like poke at your fingers with the pen. She'll just chop your damn hand off. You don't need that. But yeah, the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio, we're going to bombard the Q&A this month with that. So I hope they're ready. It's coming. It's coming because we need an explanation. So will that happen in Ashes? The land thing, I'll tell you why the land rush won't happen like that in Ashes. Is Tamir gonna rock some alpha? Yeah, Tamir has her own alpha pack. Tamir is a game tester in her own right. She tests differently than I do, but Tamir is a game tester in her own right as well. So she will be testing Alpha 1 during all alpha testing dates as well. So, why won't the land thing happen? Why won't the land thing happen like happened in Arcade? That's easy, and that's believable. So, first of all, this is a really, really, really big fucking world, okay? 480 square kilometers plus 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. Now, a lot of it's taken up by water. In fact, if this map was to scale of the world, then more than half of the world would be water. With that said, 10,000 accounts concurrent having freeholds probably doable. 50,000 accounts on a server, no fucking way. Remember I said there's some things that aren't going to fly? You can't turn around and say housing is important. You need housing for... See, this is one of those things that's got me a little worried because you guys know that I go like next level analysis. You guys know that I go next level analysis when they fumble, stumble, and bumble. Because for me, it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. For me, it's not what you say, it's when you correct yourself. There was a thing where Steven was talking about housing leads to citizenship. And then there was another time he said citizenship leads to housing, and then they fucking scrambled after the show to fix that. My concern is that they know damn well that at 50,000 people to a server, that not everybody is going to have housing. And let me tell you right now, if not everybody on a server can have housing, Ashes is dead on arrival. I'm not saying everybody needs to have access to a house, an apartment, and it's Ember Tech. Ember Tech giving out subs. I'm not saying that every single person has to have a house, an apartment, and a freehold. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that if you've been telling people for 2 years what your game design is, and then you radically change your game design because you're trying to go, like nobody knows what the fuck you're doing. I will honestly say this. I believe Intrepid would find themselves involved in a major lawsuit, and they would lose. They would lose, hands down, if they changed the game design so much that not every player can have housing when they've spent 3 years selling freehold skins. If every player can reasonably get a freehold, where is it? Let's look at what they sell each month. So each month they sell a vehicle, a ship, or a caravan. Everybody can get a ship, everybody can get a caravan. Nothing stops a player. There's no lockout for this. If you work hard at it, you can get a ship. You work hard at it, you can get a caravan. Everybody can get a mount. Everybody is a person, so they can wear a cosmetic. Everybody can get a cosmetic pet. Barding was a little weird this time. Grumpy Old Man is on a 6-month streak. They did animal barding this time, which was a little bit different. And then they did a freehold building every single month for the last 2 years. And then they suddenly say that not everybody can have not everybody is going to get a freehold. Prepare for refunds. Prepare for refunds. And prepare for refunds upon refunds upon refunds. And because you did those all as individual transactions, here's what really hurts. Here's what really hurts. If you start getting a bunch of chargebacks, and you have a bunch of different transactions, you start paying that chargeback fee per transaction. And that's going to add up quick. Not everyone can get a freehold. I thought it was one per account. Yeah, here's the thing. At 10,000 people per server, this land mass is going to be enough. I don't think at 50,000 people, all 50,000 accounts would be able to get a freehold. And so that's another one that Steven's going to have to answer, because I can't accurately, adequately, in good faith, continue to promote if I don't get an answer to that question. So you guys can realize that question weighs on my mind. That statement weighs on my mind every day that I talk about ashes. And again, I'm reading Extreme Ownership again for the third time. For the third time, and if he can't explain it to the people that are advocating his game, and then we get to the ever famous, in no event will you be entitled to a refund or chargeback for your use of the platform or games. I mean, you can put that in your terms of service, but it's not legally binding. You can't make it legally binding to say I can't get a charge. Because I don't have to sign the terms of service in order to make a purchase from your shop, your terms of service are irrelevant, because nowhere anywhere at Xsolla does it tell me that I am being bound. And see, that's one of the things where they really, 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 really need to change their website. They really need to change their website. You're going to, because I know they're going to say, well, our terms of service say, and I'm going to say, well, I don't care about your terms of service, because you've said one thing for 2 years and now you change it. Now you say, well, in any event, you're not entitled to a chargeback. That's cool, but it really isn't up to you. It's up to, for me, PayPal. I put it, because people are like, well, wouldn't you just ask for a refund from Xsolla? No, fuck them. Why would I ask Xsolla to do anything? They've already proven on a number of occasions they're not willing to issue refunds. They won't give refunds for Chronicles of Illyria because they say they have no more of Chronicles of Illyria's money. And when I do my, pre-law student read of their terms of service, it doesn't designate each project into its own budgeted category. It puts all of their money into one big fat sack of cash. Don't freeholds take up half an acre or 0.02 square kilometers, and the map is 580 kilometers from the Underrealm, but the overall size, including water, I may have done some bad research. 1 acre is 0.04, half an acre. So half an acre is 0.002 square kilometers. But the problem is you have standoff distance. You have nodes, you have points of interest, you have dungeons. So it's not like there's going to be a freehold bumped up against every square inch of space. I have a freehold here. This is null space. Then there's a freehold here, and so on and so on. Can I still be a farmer now, even if I'm somewhat of a casual and like to focus on carpeting? farming, that would break my heart. I think it would break a lot of people's hearts, and it's why Steven needs to address this 50,000 to 10,000 number. It needs to step into the batter's box. I'll tell him which pitch I'm throwing. I'm going to say to him, step into the batter's box, and the only pitch I'm going to throw to you is this 50,000 to 10,000 number. And my second pitch is going to be for you to talk about the freeholds. So it's a home run derby, and I'm letting you know that the odds are stacked in your favor because I'm telling you which two pitches I'm throwing as 1 and 2. Step into the box. Step into the box and give some answers. Otherwise, it's going to be another one of those things that gnaw and fester. And it's not going to be an acceptable answer to say, well, we still have some design decisions to make. Bullshit. Then my third question is going to be, are you guaranteeing every player will have a freehold on their server? Yes or no? Will every player have the opportunity to get a freehold? I'm not saying a freehold in the location they want, not a beach, not a forest, not a great sunrise, a great sunset, easy access to the mountains, great school system for your kids. I'm not saying that. But will every character on a server have access to a freehold spot? And the answer has to be yes. It unequivocally must be yes. Because if the answer is anything but yes, then the question loaded in the pipe is going to be, so are you going to give refunds now for all the people who want refunds on all their cosmetic skins? Because for 2 years, we've been under the impression, 3.5 years, we've been under the impression that freeholds are going to be the housing that every player gets, and in-node housing is going to be the more restricted, is going to be the more limited one. And I think some of these numbers, some of these bricks starting to get built up need to get knocked down. Otherwise, once again, we're going to have some walls that start to hold up the foundation of some people's arguments about the likelihood Intrepid will be successful. Aren't there a specific amount of freeholds per node, like a cap? No. The soft cap for the number of freeholds available per node is the amount of real estate, also factoring in the null space from points of interest and the null space from standoff distance. So there's not like a hard cap where only 50 freeholds can be attached to this node, but it might end up being only 72 freeholds can be attached to this node at most if everybody's polite about their standoff distance. Because when I talk about the standoff distance, of course you're going to have a min and you're going to have a max. So here is, we're gonna use geometric shapes just to, so here's your node, right? And this node has this zone of influence. So you can only put freeholds down here. So I put down a freehold here. And then the next 2 people, or the next 3 people that put them down, they butt theirs directly up to the minimum standoff distance. Right? So these are as close as they can legally be. But now somebody puts one here, right? Well, it wasn't as close as it could legally be. So we end up getting, so they could have put it here, right? But they didn't. They backed it off. So now all this space is what we're going to call null space because they didn't put it as close as possible. No freehold can go in there because of the standoff distance. Well, now that's going to lower the total amount of freeholds that can be attached to this node because people jerked with the standoff distance. So again, this guy really, like, let's just add some justification so you don't think the guy's being a dick, right? This guy's not intentionally being a jerk, right? This guy has, where wasn't I connected? Oh. So this guy has a love of the halfling's leaf. Now this guy has a love of water, right? And he ends up doing something that unintentionally fucks over a lot of people because there's a bridge here, right? There's a bridge here, and he decides that he wants to put his freehold right there because he wants his freehold to face the bridge, be on the water. Well, now he has completely fucked all of this null space. And that's something that they're going to have to keep in mind. Let's see. And that's also a problem with dungeons as well. And about that, do you think that people can find dungeons because of that by just trying to place it in random areas? And if no freehold around, boom, then that means there's got to be a dungeon. No, it doesn't have to be a dungeon. It just has to be a point of interest. It could be a bridge. It could be a road. It could be a cave. It could be it could be an instanced dungeon access point. It could be a world boss spawn location. It could be a cave. It could be an entrance to the underrealm. All you know is you can't put your freehold down there. You don't know why. Now, sure, is it gonna be likely that I found a place I can't put my freehold, so let me just start moving away from it one tick at a time until I can place it because something's going to show up there? Sure, absolutely. To be fair with this conversation about housing distances and applicable skins could be in the same influence of effect as the player who wants detail on the types of damage, armor, rogue. No, it can't. There's differences there. I absolutely acknowledge that there are people who want details about the combat system. But an equivalent type of question would be if Intrepid hadn't declared that they were if Intrepid hadn't declared they were using a hybrid system, and now all of a sudden they had been taking people's money for 3 years, and they turned around and they said, "Oh, this is an action combat game." And people are like, the fuck are you talking about? Or it would be like if they said 2 some odd years ago, if hybrid doesn't work out, we're going straight tab. Okay, so the future of this project is either hybrid combat or straight tab combat. There is no straight action combat option. And then Steven turns around tomorrow and says, you know what, guys, we've decided that due to the success of BDO, we're going to make this game a full action game. I'd be like, that's cool, dude. Refund. And when he was like, well, why? Failure to deliver the product as advertised. I need my money back. Because if you had told me years ago this was going to be a straight action game, I never would have put any money into it. And what I've given you money over the years to is a game that was hybrid at best and tab target at worst. So now you're changing the product not as delivered. So that's the equivalent. The housing piece is equivalent of the overall big picture. Now, if you start talking about the details of freeholds, how many buildings can I put on it? Can I put every building in every freehold location? The tiers of the building, which that's another one. They probably need to have a sit down with the design team because the questions are coming. The questions about freeholds are coming, and the question about freehold skins is getting kind of old here. I need to name these. Actually, I need to take these out. What building does this go on? What building does this go on? So everyone can get a freehold. You just need to take it if there's no room. No, because after a successful siege, it doesn't mean your freehold doesn't fall for 7 days. So the point, yeah. But the point is, if they tried to turn around and pull that shit, where, oh, well, everybody can get a freehold, you're just going to, well, that's not exactly how you presented this product. So if that's and then that's that integrity, that's that butterfly wings, that's that what you're saying in 2021 doesn't match up with what you sold people on in 2017. If you remember, a lot of people bought into the vision of Ashes of Creation because they wanted to make MMOs great again. They want to change the MMORPG genre. They've said on numerous occasions they want to change the genre. You can't say you're all about changing the genre and then start using lines out of the standard bullshit playbook, because then you're no different than anybody else. You're no different. You are no different than anybody else. Wonder if they will do what Final Fantasy XIV did, and if people couldn't get land, they hand out instance land, and now you have land disconnected to the main world. Well, no, Final Fantasy always had instance land. Somebody brought that up once before, and Final Fantasy always had instance land. I think when we started, plots 1 through 18, instances 1 through 18 was what we got when they launched land. So, Final Fantasy was never intended to have open world housing. It was always intended to have instanced housing. Now, one thing I criticize Final Fantasy for is stop telling people that they can't have land. It's instanced. Just open more fucking instances. But they don't want to do that because the more instances they have, the more server load they have. The more server load they have, the more expense they have. But having people having houses doesn't generate more money for them. So, but yeah, servers cost money. But that's something they should have thought about before they allowed some of the things they did. And these are the reasons why I'm ultra critical on some of these things. Like, and like I said in a previous show, some of the fun is gone for me. Some of the magic is gone for me because just like magicians, like Penn and Teller did Fool Us. They never asked the magicians how they did the trick. Penn and Teller would give foolers their trophy to people that legitimately and genuinely fooled them, but they never asked them how they did it. Now, one of the interesting things about that is magicians don't look at magic tricks. Magicians aren't looking at magic tricks for the magic. Magicians are looking at magic tricks to try to figure out the trick. And what I forgot who there was a guy on Penn and Teller Fool Us who Penn said, well, you started and I saw a couple of things and you kept going and I saw a couple of more things, but you were just so fast and you just didn't do one trick and you just didn't do 5 tricks. You came out here and you did a whole routine and I was spending so much time trying to pay attention to what you were doing. You just beat me into submission. That's what Penn said. Penn Jillette said to the guy, you fooled me because it became so much for me to try to keep up with. You just beat me into submission. And he was like, good job, you fooled me. It was such a good polished, and it was the guy, it was the samurai of the quarters and cards, Matrix. It was the samurai of Matrix. Matrix, if you guys aren't familiar with magician tricks, there's a specific, it's where you have the 4 cards in the 4 corners with the 4 coins under them, and you're constantly making the coins appear. It's called Matrix. It's a standard sleight of hand. But this guy was fucking good, okay? He was good. He was really, really good. And Penn is a sleight of hand artist, and Teller is a sleight of hand artist. And these guys couldn't figure out this routine. Just like Shin Lim has been on Penn and Teller Fool Us twice. And Shin Lim is like probably the best sleight of hand artist in the world right now. And the dude is doing it with one thumb. He severed nerves in his other thumb, and the dude still hasn't missed. He hasn't dropped a beat yet. But when you're watching a magic trick as a magician, you're watching it to see how it's done. As a project manager, when I'm watching a project in development, it's hard for me to not get caught up on some stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on? And then it becomes like a splinter in your mind. You're like, I must have an answer to this. So when it comes to this 50,000 to 10,000 ratio, that really wasn't, I was like, okay, I can wait on that answer. But then I became caught up on this freehold part of it. Well, is everybody now going to be able to have a freehold? Are you just creating the same problem? Because I personally believe in a fully developed world, if in a fully developed world, there are 22,000 freehold spots, then that becomes your no vacancy number. If you have a total number of 22,000 freehold spots on your server, then your server population, your server cap is 22,000, period. And some people will say, well, how are you going to keep the server population healthy? And I'm going to turn around and say, well, I didn't have anything to do with anything else you did. All I can do is take future customer complaints and future points of failure and tell you if you have 22,000 freehold spots, and these are just bullshit numbers I'm making up, by the way. If you have 22,000 freehold spots and you put 50,000 people on that server, you have 28,000 fucking disenfranchised customers. And what do disenfranchised customers stop doing? Disenfranchised customers stop paying their monthly subscription. So I think Steven really, hopefully when they see us write up that question and like, it's going to be like, some people are going to accuse me of being passive aggressive, but I'm actually going to argue that we're being aggressively aggressive. We're being organized aggressive. We're going to have the same question typed up, and everybody that doesn't have a question to ask is just going to copy and paste the same question. So when Toast is going through the list, she's going to be like, oh shit, it's Jahlon and his mobilized army again. And then I hate to be like that, but if 28 people ask the same question, that question should probably get asked during the live stream, or that question should Steven should grab that one and be like, all right, guys, I saw this on the forums and fuck Jahlon. And you know, I understand why he does what he does. Yeah, it's a concern. And I heard, understood and acknowledged your concern. Let me break it down for you. Let me explain it to you so that you get it, so you can move forward. This is constructive feedback? This is constructive feedback. Yeah, exactly. You guys know, some of you have sent me PMs. You're like, dude, you're so long-winded. Yeah, I am. Because I got to be able to make an airtight case all the way through. I don't like your fucking system. Okay. I don't like your fucking system. Here, let me do this, baby. Let me do this. This is another, I don't like this system complaint. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Hey, how full's the fuck it bucket on I don't like the 50,000 to 10,000. Be like, yeah, it's like 10 complaints. All right, well, ignore that. Hey, how full is the 50,000 to 10,000 thing? Dude, it's full. Well, what? Oh, dude, it's full, and there's a lot of Jahlon. There's a lot of paradoxicals in there. A lot of them. There are a lot of carbon copies of the same complaint. All right, well, let's roll it out. Oh, well, he's given us all the and thens. Give him all the and thens. What do you think about the daily reward? We talked about the daily rewards. Nobody in here likes them. We came up with a better solution. Instead of daily rewards, you should, if you want to give a gift to people, then have them put a birth date in for their character and then send them a birthday present. And then you know what you could actually do? You could actually do for all the people who put like their birth date in, like, oh shit, like the game launches on September 15th and we've got like 900,000 people's birth date is like September 20th. Well, they all get a costume. And then like 30 days later, a new one comes out and they get that one next. But no, I'm going to write that up. That's probably, the birthday probably works best. Being critical of the details during development will help Intrepid in the long run so that these issues you are talking about don't slip by. You know what the big part about that is? I would love to say that the only reason why I do what I do is to make sure these things don't slip through the cracks. And I'm going to be forthright and say that's only half of why I do what I do. You guys know I'm a huge fan of Orson Scott Card. I'm a huge fan of Ender and Ender's mentality. And one time somebody told me that I'm taking advice from a little boy about leadership. And I was like, are you fucking stupid? The little boy didn't write shit. Ender wrote, or fucking Orson Scott Card is an adult and he wrote Ender's thoughts and perspectives. I'm not taking leadership advice from an 8-year-old boy. I'm taking leadership advice from the thoughts of a genetically enhanced 8-year-old boy that was written by an author. I don't care about winning today's fights. I care about winning all the future fights. My big thing when companies, and I don't care what company it is. I don't care what company it is. I like to set landmines all around the speaker if I think I know what route they're about to take. And what I mean by that is I love to future sabotage I love to sabotage the future argument of, well, there's no way we could have known. Because then I love to have clips and videos and everything set up where if a company turns around and says, well, there's no way that we could have known, somebody gets to clip them and send them the Jahlon clip and say, what the fuck do you mean you couldn't have known? This dude was talking about it for 2 years before your development. So what do you mean there's no way you could have known? You had a guy that was the #1 Ashes of Creation Twitch stream. The most viewers, the most minutes logged, the most number of shows, not the longest running, because I haven't been running the longest, but I've done the most shows, the most hours, right? The most hours. Well, what are you talking about? I told you that was this is free advice from a guy with subject matter expertise. Continuous process improvement, marketing, advertising, leadership, development, logistics. The fuck do you want? I'm giving you an outside view. If you don't step away and see the entire thing, if you're too deep in development, you're not going to see the problems. And the problem is when you're the guy making it, you see every critique on your product as a personal attack. And it is a personal attack, and it should be a personal attack because you should be that involved, that nested, that committed to your project that every criticism is like a paper cut. Every diatribe against you is a stab wound. Every fuck up that happens is a gunshot. And you try to keep picking yourself up. Rocky Balboa from Rocky, he says, it's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take. You don't get to the finish line without stamina, without fortitude, without integrity. Intrepid needs to honestly stop. Pause a second. I hate to quote Angels and Demons, second book in the Da Vinci Code series, where the young Carmelingo says, stop, pause, think. Heidelin says it's stop, listen, feel. You got to stop and you got to look at what people are saying. 99% of the bullshit people are complaining about, you can brush that aside. I don't have a problem if the ratio is 50,000 to 10,000 as long as it works. But you've already said no instancing, no phasing, no instance freeholds. So explain to me how that is going to work. Yeah, exactly. Consistency is so important. Things like changing the next class video that they would have a video on. Their website said tank, but now it's mage. Is it a big deal? No. Is it uncommon for things to change? No. But you didn't really do a good job of explaining why it changed. All you said is, things change. Really? Really? Well, why don't you make your future statements? Why don't you make your statements broader and future proof? All right, guys, here's the cleric video. Which one are you releasing next? Nah, we don't know. It's going to be a surprise. That is a much better answer than saying tank and releasing mage. Because let me tell you, all you did by not releasing the tank video second when you said you would was piss off the tank players. You didn't have to say you were releasing tank next. You could have done a better job of controlling the rhetoric, controlling the vision, controlling the narrative. Which one are you guys releasing next? I don't know. You're just gonna have to stay tuned and find out. Well, which ones can it be? Well, I really don't want to tell you that. But I didn't really want to tell you that, but Jahlon got it out of me on an interview. So it's either gonna be tank, mage, ranger, or fighter. Holy shit, did you just build up hype? And people are going to be like, oh, well, they're disappointed because theirs didn't come out. Yeah, but things change. What else will change? I saw somebody ask a question about combat. Let me see if I can find that. It was about the tab. Do you think the March combat revamp will still be hybrid tab action, or do you think it will become full enhanced tab? I honestly believe... and guys, don't shoot the fucking messenger and don't unsubscribe and don't unfollow because I hit a fit of rage. I honestly believe what's coming in March and April, what's coming in April specifically in the Alpha 1, I believe they've abandoned action combat. I believe they have abandoned action combat and they're going with they're going to go with straight enhanced tab. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. That's just what I believe. That is what I believe. It's what I've said the whole time. I believe that because I believe their studio is so rookie and they are so far behind on the project that they can cut action combat and make up time. Whereas they're going to have to spend years, fucking years, developing action combat in the action side of hybrid combat. I think that the idea to do hybrid combat with everything else that they needed to design and do was a BHAG, a big, hairy, auspicious goal. It was a up here goal. And I think that if they don't speed up development, and I know people are going to start quoting at me, a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad. Sure. Great. But you're trying to do a combat style that no other studio has ever been able to perfect. No studio. And people are like, Guild Wars 2. And I'm like, no, it's not Guild Wars 2. Because in Guild Wars 2, you're in two different types of modes, not two different types of abilities. Guild Wars 2 has a tab mode and an action mode. And they don't really have an action mode, just so we're clear. They have a horseshoes action mode where you just got to get close. I've played Guild Wars 2. You don't have to be very close. You don't have to be precise. There's no laser precision except on a handful of abilities. And there's classes that you fucking there's fucking precision that it's like fucking Hot Shots Part 2, where he just picks up the bullets and throws them at the guys and they all fall over. Guild Wars 2, you can fucking just throw a handful of bullets at some people and knock them down. You never got fucking close. That would be great news. I don't think they could pull off decent hybrid action combat. It would be scuffed and take away from the rest of the game. I think they can do that and say COVID had an element to that decision. Man, here's the thing. They don't need to blame COVID for making the decision to dump action combat. If they need a fucking scapegoat, Steven knows he can hire me at any time. I'll fly out to Cali. I'll even wear a suit for him. I'll be like, what's up, man? You want me to wear a suit on the live stream? I'll wear a suit. I don't give a shit. I'll jump up there and say, look, guys, Steven brought me in. I looked over everything as a project manager. I don't think it's just not going to happen. Well, I was only playing this game because you promised hybrid combat. But what are you going to do? Argue with Jahlon? I'm like, yeah. And then it was said on this date that if we couldn't make hybrid combat work, we were going to go to a straight tab model. I hope they can do action combat. They're not doing action combat. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. One more time. Let's make it 5. They aren't doing action combat. They've never been doing action combat. They've been doing hybrid combat. It was never action combat. Because I've been trying to tell people this the whole time. Tab target abilities are always going to be an advantage against somebody who knows more about the game than you do. Because action, you have the ability to miss, and I have the ability to dodge. Where in tab, if I have 100% accuracy, I can't miss. So I've said it multiple times, many times. Ashes of Creation as a tab target game. People will bitch. People will whine. People will wah. You went tab. I don't like it. And then they'll still play it. Because tab target is like pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Action combat is like sushi. That you don't know how long it's been sitting in the driver's car. You don't know how long it was sitting out. Sushi is either exquisite or you're vomiting. Action combat needs to be either exquisite or it's shit. So, I don't believe that Intrepid Studios is long enough in the tooth, that their people are long enough in the tooth to do a hybrid system. I don't know everybody they've hired. I don't have a full roster. I know a lot of people they hired. I know a lot of people that were on the staff. And I don't think that those people, I don't think there's anybody that are like, I don't think that there's anybody that is like, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken. This person is I'm not worthy creator of Action Combat on their staff. They've got a lot of, I'm not saying that they don't have solid people on their staff. They absolutely do. But look at the backgrounds that the people have. One of their senior producers comes from Blade and Soul. So the senior producer has a lot of pedigree with Action Combat. But most of their guys come from EverQuest, Star Wars Galaxies. Wow. Those are not Action Combat games. Let's see. I mean, if that's what they need to do in order to guarantee a good combat system, I'm all for it. But this isn't really something that can be re-added later on. Yeah, nor should it be. Nor should it be. Nor should they try to add it on. Enhanced tab is still pretty good. And anybody that wants to say enhanced tab still isn't pretty good, Arcage, Final Fantasy, Revelation Online, WoW, Guild Wars 2. Well, Guild Wars 2 has action. It also has tab. And then, ready? Here's the other side. Which games are you putting up there for me for straight action? BDO? Okay. ESO? Okay. ESO players hate ESO. ESO players hate ESO. I have never met the only community that I have ever met that hates something more than ESO's community is the Star Wars community hating the last 3 movies. Well, they're still looking into action combat. The senior combat designer role states that they need experience in action combat as well as traditional MMORPG combat types. Senior combat designer role is fucking pointless. The only person that you would matter is the lead designer, and they already have their leads. The senior combat designer needing experience in action combat just means that the people you're hiring need to be more than just traditional combat types. Remember, action, in Steven's words, is anything that doesn't require a tabbed target lock. A nice, fast-paced, reactive tab target system with plenty of player interaction on both ends, opportunities to play counterplay is all I want. Yeah, I agree with you. Black Desert Online, among other games, have great action combat systems. Some players like myself prefer full action as it feels better anecdotally. Yes, exactly. Black Desert Online doesn't have an amazing combat system, but you can't really judge Black Desert Online's combat system because Black Desert's combat system is a cell phone from Jurassic Park 3. Black Desert Online's combat system is the cell phone from Jurassic Park 3. It is a ringing phone in a giant pile of dino turd. You can't get to it without going through all of the rest of the turd. Black Desert Online has a shit new player acquisition funnel. Black Desert Online has a shit gearing system. Black Desert Online has a shit interface. So in order to just get to the combat, you got to go through a lot of shit. People don't get that combat doesn't have to be super flashy. Look at Pokemon, dialogue combat. It's the context. Turn-based combat, like the original Final Fantasies, works, but not as much. What combat system is catered to newer players who are more new to MMOs? Tab. Tab Target. Oh my God, Tab Target is so old. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. It's old, but it's gold. Because the best games use Tab. Top 2 games, WoW, Final Fantasy. Because anybody can make an argument that Final Fantasy isn't the number 2 game. You can make an argument. You can try. You can try, but nobody's going to make an argument that the best MMO in terms of player retention, player acquisition, financial success is WoW. If your argument starts with anything other than just make it like League of Legends so you click to move, choke yourself. Choke yourself right now. By the way, guys, MOBAs are MOBAs, first-person shooters are first-person shooters, and MMOs are MMOs. League of Legends is not a motherfucking MMORPG. League of Legends, Han, Dota, and Heroes of the Storm, for the 2 of you that play Heroes of the Storm with me, and I appreciate that. Final Fantasy has no PvP. It's hard to call it an MMO. What the fuck is wrong with you? Final Fantasy is an MMORPG. It doesn't have to have. We're in MMORPG is the letters PvP in any sort of configuration or order. A video game does not have to have PvP to be called an MMO. Follow up with that point. Bullshit, because you don't have to PvP in WoW, and it is most certainly an MMORPG. You do not have to PvP in WoW. You can play on a PvE server. You can keep PvP mode turned off. You don't have to PvP in WoW. So bullshit. Bullshit. Period. It's an MMORPG. It doesn't have a feature or a system or a category or a flavor that you like. That doesn't make it any less an MMO. By the way, it's MMORPG because I could turn around and say Planet Side 2 has PvP in it. It only has PvP in it, and it's an MMO. It's not an MMORPG, it's an MMOFPS. But when you say a game isn't an MMO because it doesn't have PvP, it's a massive multiplayer online game. The rest of that phrase is you need RPG attached to it. Around here, words matter. People got to get smarter. The phrase is MMORPG. You got to use all 6 letters. I know it's rough. It's 3 extra presses. I know it's rough. EVE Online is an MMO. I would not call EVE Online an MMORPG. I wouldn't call EVE Online an MMORPG. I would call EVE an MMO spaceship game. And the reason why is because RPG is role-playing game, and in EVE Online, your role is a capsuleer. You all have the same role. In EVE Online, you're a capsuleer, and the ship you put yourself into fills a role. So it's just like New World. I don't call New World an MMORPG yet. I call New World an MMO game. Because you don't have a role, you have equipment, and that equipment determines what you do. I have a healing staff on, I'm suddenly a healer. I have a mage staff on, I'm suddenly a mage damage dealer. I switched it over. Is Star Citizen an MMORPG or an MMOFPS? Star Citizen is an MMORPG because you get out of your ship and you walk around and you engage with other players. Where in EVE Online, they scrapped the getting out. Well, you can get out of your ship. You can get out of your capsule and walk around your quarters. But EVE Online had this plan so you could walk around the station. They wanted to integrate Rust with the game so that you could get like 20 Marines on your ship. You could board a ship. You could do some shit. You could, if you couldn't blow up that battleship with your small ship, your ship had like a capacity of 6 Marines. You could board, and then they realized that was never going to work because then it's like Star Citizen expects 15 people to all be on one ship. That ain't never going to fucking work. You want to never say never? I'm saying never. You're never going to have 15 people working together on one of those ships. There's these people that have spent like fucking $3,000 on these 15-person, 20-person ships. They're never going to work because everybody wants to be the captain and nobody wants to be the janitor. Okay? I mean, for anyone that has played many games in his life, it shouldn't be too difficult to make a cool, engaging combat system. The problem you have with that is what is cool, what is engaging. Those are subjective. Should somebody that has experience in the MMORPG genre be able to make a game that isn't a buggy fucking mess? Sure. Does Ashes of Creation have some huge fucking milestones that it's gonna have to overcome? Sure, absolutely. The very first one is, what did we say earlier in the show? I did some math. 272,160 different combinations of a character per archetype. So you go down that base class and holy fuck, please fix this chart. You go down that base archetype chart and you pick cleric. As soon as you pick cleric, you have to choose between one of 272,160 different combinations. Some of them are easier to change than others. Obviously, can't change your race. You can change your religion, your node affiliation, your social organization. Not much easier than you can change your weapons and your armor. I mean, overall, weapons and armor is just a matter of gold. But 272,000 combinations of classes. Intrepid staff has to somehow figure out how to not only keep that somewhat balanced, but not have one that is what the fuck overpowered. What is overpowered? Now, what do I mean by that? There are people who whine about ArcAge. There are people who whine about ArcAge. And you know what? I don't whine about ArcAge. I think ArcAge fucked themselves. But big thing in ArcAge was what pissed people off was they kept making changes. They kept making these radical pendulum swing changes after people had worked for fucking months to get their gear. And they didn't ever do anything about it. I said to them, all you need to do is create a system where you can turn in a piece of gear and you can get the piece of gear that you want kicked out. And then all you got to do is make the item ID on the piece of gear that's kicked out refurbished. That way you can't ever trade it back into the machine. You get one chance to re-roll because we're fucking over classes. Okay? But what happened in ArcAge? What happened in ArcAge was you had people like me who ran a build that they didn't expect anybody to ever run, and then I'm able to tank 15 people. And instead of making minor tweaks and realizing we fucked up, they didn't do a circumcision, they just did a full castration. And then they ruined classes. They absolutely ruined classes. And then they wonder why. They absolutely wonder why nobody wants to play their game. Well, that's what happens when you castrate classes. Those players who have spent 2 years, 3 years, 5 years on their gear, they're like, okay, well, it was a good run. It was a good run, but since you completely screwed me over, I'm gonna go play something else now. Why did ArcAge lose so many people to Revelation Online? Because Revelation Online offered something new. It offered something new and unique. It offered everybody the ability to participate in Saturday Night Siege, not just the top guilds that managed to buy, scam, cheat, steal a siege scroll. You had groups of people that never actually defended their castles. They spent months buying their own siege scrolls, so they didn't have to defend their castles. Well, that's bullshit. That shouldn't work like that. That's not how it should be. Ooh, I'll take 18 tokens. Thank you. Ooh, looky. I'll take 18 tokens. 18 tokens. That's 2 levels, baby. Got lots of monk scrolls. We have time for one more? We got time for one more. One more. One. It's not gonna matter. 3, 3, 4. Oh, we're gonna be starting with a 4 again? Shit. All right, we'll do this one. So, is my Bubba up? 29 minutes. Damn. I screwed up. I didn't place my War Beast early enough in the day. My bad. I'm not used to quests. Here you go, guys. If you guys got to place, you guys have to place for quests. There you go. They have battle planning. It's like completely irrational battle planning. There's like no rhyme or reason to it. Oh, by the way, I still love the flower, dude. I love the collection. I think the artwork they do is amazing. The little guys. We got to come up with, on our next one that we get, we got to come up with something really slick, though. We got to come up with something really, really slick. Let's see. Intrepid has talked about classifying players by how powerful they are by the interface identifiers. Is there any word if NPCs of the world will have identifiers on how powerful they will be? Yeah. The NPCs are identified by how powerful they will be by a number that you see on them in different footage. It'll say like 8+. It tells you how far ahead of you in level they are. So you just got to watch for that in different fights. I think you can see it. I think you can see it here. Yeah, you can see it here in the bar up there at the top. It has a number in there. Let me grab this real quick. We're gonna do a quick zoomy zoom. Quick zoomy zoom. So you can see 10+. It lets you know that the boss is 10+ higher. You see it on other mobs, in other footages, in the 4K footage and stuff. So yeah, you're gonna have a rough approximation of the boss's, the mob's power. Rough approximation. You won't know exactly. But you'll have a rough approximation. What is the difference between Ashes of Creation and Apocalypse? Ashes of Creation is the MMORPG. Ashes of Creation Apocalypse is the testing environment mainly for action combat. Apocalypse started off as a battle royale that they could use to test both their early server backend architecture, deployment, matchmaker, patcher, launcher, deployer, account management tool, server load, graphics, make sure all the graphic fidelity was there, make sure all the asset fidelity was there. They actually have taken Apocalypse down because nobody wanted to play the battle royale, and they don't have enough people. They don't have enough people to chop off from their development staff into a ops and sustainment staff. If you want to, not video, wrong one. If you want to know a little bit more, if you go to the link tree, you can see my October interview with Steven. In my October interview with Steven, we talk about Apocalypse for a few minutes and if it's going to come back, if it's not, blah, blah. I think cooperative ship control can be an interesting design idea, but it has to be very limited in terms of utilization. Operating a simple bomber transport ship with multiple people just ends up being tedious and against the interest of both the player base and the game. Operating a Titan or super capital tier ship that isn't utilized every day and wields power that makes giving up player agency worth it is another story. No, I agree with you. But the problem with EVE Online in Star Citizen in spaceship games that make you give up your player agency to crew them is that all the rest of the time I am my ship. And now you want me to give up being my ship to be part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew. In a game like Ashes, where they want multiple people to be involved in the piloting of a ship, ArcAge did this somewhat well. You needed to have gunners, you needed to have people on the sails, you needed to have people on the wheel of the Anoa and oars. That worked really well because naval content was only a small part of your day. And in that small part of your day, you were part of a greater whole. So in an MMO that the naval content's only a part of, it works really well for everything you said. But for a game where you are your ship, then yeah, that's a problem. I personally think that they could expand on the health bar, making it a little bit more interesting for area group bosses, raid bosses, or even legendary bosses. I don't know what you could expand on the health bar. I don't need the health bar to be interesting. I need a number. I need an armor, and I need a number, and I need a percentage, and I need a visual percentage of where we're at. That's all I need. That's all I need. I don't need more. How many hit points do you have? What percentage are you at? That's it. Does this game have dungeons, raids, roles, open world PvP? Yes, dungeons. Yes, raids. Yes, roles. Yes, open world PvP. Here's a big one for you right there, man. Ashes 101 is if you want to ask as many questions as you want, you feel free. That's what this show is all about. You ask as many questions as you want. If you want to go read and get smart and you're a better reader, visual learner, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. The game is going to have dungeons and raids. 80% of them are open world, 20% of them are instanced. Most of the instanced dungeons and raids are progression content, story arc content. There are roles. There are 8 roles: fighter, tank, rogue, ranger, mage, summoner, cleric, and bard. Each role has 8 classes. So you got that. And open world PvP, yes, there is open world PvP. There is consensual PvP. And there's not. No, you cannot turn PvP off if you're not into it. There is a punishment for people who run around ganking other players. So there is a methodology to stop the game from becoming a gank box or a murder box. However, if somebody murders you, they get corruption, but you are always vulnerable to be murdered unless you are in your house, you are interacting with a stall, you're in an instance dungeon, or you're logged out. What are the gloves for? I have arthritis, man. These help with the arthritis in my hands. Since I'm not typing, I keep the gloves on. My wife got them for me for Christmas. They look badass, but they're mainly there to help with my hands. I promised my teenager that we wouldn't move while she was in high school. Part of that was, as you guys know, I'm still supposed to be in the military. I got retired when they shattered my upper arm. When they put my surgical pin in, they shattered my upper arm. It was right at a time where every branch of service was told they had to do force shaping. I was Air Force. And then the Air Force decided that they were going to just rip the Band-Aid off and get rid of all their people. They evaluated my arm. I couldn't deploy. Instead of getting another year to heal for another surgery, they just said, have a nice life, Captain. Same here, currently deployed at the moment. Oof. You would be happy to know, Deodin, that earlier this or last year, and I think in October, I did Operation Supply Drop for you guys, my brothers and sisters in the deployed area. Since you're there deployed, the only question, because I know what I can and I know what I can't ask you. The only question I do want to ask you is, are morale boxes getting to you guys? Are like the goodie boxes, the morale boxes getting to you guys? Because I know most of the VFW halls are closed and they can't open. I know the vets can't be making the boxes. So we raised, the hell did we raise, guys? Very slowly. All right, I might do supply drop. I might do another. I might talk to Operation Supply Drop and see if we can do another fundraiser, and see if I might do another fundraiser and actually sponsor some boxes direct. If you guys have never served in the military, morale boxes are really, especially since all the riot stuff is happening. Let me tell you guys, when you deploy, you take like 6 fucking bags with you, and every one of those bags is got a purpose. Like this is your A bag, this is your B bag, this is your chem bag, this is your fucking your operational gear, your fucking AFSC specific gear. Here's all your spare uniforms. Here's your other bag of spare uniforms. There's not a lot of space in your personal gear. There's not a lot of space in your personal gear for bringing stuff. There's only like, if you're lucky, you get to bring a laptop with you. Some deployments, you can't even bring a laptop with you because they say no. So those morale boxes are what keep those guys going. It's very hard to bring anything you actually want. Yeah, Deodin, I had the advantage of being an officer, so like my bag isn't like bag dragged and scrutinized as much. But throwing my laptop in my bag, throwing my jump drive in there with, or my portable with a bunch of my electronic versions of movies or my downloads. So there was always something to do, but if people that aren't familiar with the military and they say, well, why are those morale boxes such a big deal? Why do you make such a big deal about them? Because there is something to be said when your barracks when your barracks hasn't seen a morale box for a while and you open that bad boy up, or your dorm or whatever, and there's goodie bars, there's simple things like the drink mix powders, because you guys know I drink Arnold Palmer's. Simple things like those drink mix powders, comic books, novels, a couple of movies. Those things go a long way. So I'm gonna look at doing another Operation Supply Drop maybe, because you're like the third person that's been deployed that I've talked to that said they're still coming, but they're not getting there. On a serious note, can you bring an e-reader? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can bring a Switch, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can bring a Game Boy, sometimes you can't. Anything from stateside is amazing to receive. Yeah, you know what else goes a long way with these guys? Those guys love to get letters. Those guys and girls. I say guys, any woman that puts on a military uniform, laces up the steel toes, and slots in a full metal jacket, she's one of the guys. I don't give a shit. We ain't being gender correct when we talking about military. We just everybody's an ass kicker. They love to get the letters, where like the Mrs. Swanson's 3rd grade class wrote letters to the deployed people. Airmen getting pumped over jerky. Okay, I got a funny military story. You guys know that not every person in the military is the sharpest tool in the shed. They're not the brightest crayon in the box. And a lot of them are young, dumb, 18, 19-year-old kids. They're kids, and I call them kids. They're fighting warriors, but they're younger than me, and they're younger than my kids, so I call them kids. I sent Fiber One bars. I sent Fiber One bars to my guys. Not trying to be a jerk. I was their lieutenant. They were deployed. I sent them Fiber One bars because I'd gotten an email from one of my senior NCOs that said they were eating a lot of MREs. They were on the road a lot. They were eating a lot of MREs. So I sent them a lot of Fiber One bars because anybody who's been in the military knows that MREs gum you up. MREs, you get constipated. You can never drink enough water to offset the amount of sodium and amount of potassium and all. But a lot of people don't understand that one MRE is your whole day's worth of calories. You're not supposed to eat the whole MRE in one sitting. That's what people don't understand. That MRE is like 3,000 calories. So you're supposed to split that MRE up, but a lot of them, they're hungry and, they think that 9,000 calories a day is what you need. And I'm not saying that they don't. There are some times you're burning 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 calories a day. Anyway, my guys, they were on the road a lot. They were eating a lot of MREs. They were going to a lot of coalition bases where the coalition bases don't feed the American troops. It's not in the partnership agreements. So you make their delivery and you pull in and they've got a little spot for your trucks and they'll give you fresh water and, you can use their shower facility. You can use their head, but they don't feed you. Their kitchen isn't stocked enough to feed you. So you eat a lot of MREs. I sent a fuck ton of Fiber One bars to the guys and I assumed that everybody would know what the hell a Fiber One bar is. Well, the guys are grabbing a handful of them and throwing them in there. Like, I'm eating one now. I'm putting one in my bag for tomorrow. I'm putting a couple in my room. One guy ate about 9 Fiber One bars because they were good. They were the chocolate brownie ones. They're fucking delicious. I mean, they're great. But he had like 9 of them. And he had to report to the, hold on one second. Anyway, so this guy eats just a ridiculous amount, like nine of these bars, and he can't stop going. He can't stop shitting. It's all like he's screaming in pain. Well, he's screaming in pain because first his constipation's over and, fiber did its job. And then his intestines are just like nothing. And he ends up going to the IDMT. And I remember my senior NCO, when he got back from this deployment, he couldn't tell the story without a straight face. And he was like, well, what do I do? And the IDMT goes into the back and comes out and hands him a stack of adult diapers. And the IDMT says, I'm not putting you on quarters because you can't stop pooping because you ate this many Fiber One bars. He said, if you can't stop by tomorrow's mission, wear a diaper. I was like, fuck all that. Fuck all that. That guy wouldn't have been in my truck. Been like, no, not gonna happen. The cliffhanger was due to my daughter is looking for her cat, the same orange cat from earlier hours ago. That cat is playing. The cat is the fucking world champion at hide and go seek. She's just fucking. She's the world's best. Yeah, at least he can use the shower facility once he arrives. Yeah, that was one of my good friends. One of my really good friends is a B-2 pilot. He can't tell me he can't tell me anything about what he does. He can't tell me about anything about what he does. I know about what he does. I know about the B-2. I know a shit ton about the B-2, but he can't tell me. He's under because no need to know. And all I said to him once when I ran into him I ran into him when I was out where he was, And as I was walking up to him, I said, "Hey man, are you wearing your Pampers today?" Shut the fuck up. There's no bathroom on the B2, and those guys are airborne for 24 hours. Yeah, wear a diaper. That's just how it is. I don't know, man. I think being a B2 pilot, I think a B2 pilot could be kind of a cool job, right? I think it could be kind of a cool job. But I was a logistician. I didn't do anything cool. Fly, fight, win. Yeah, I was a logistician, man. I was a LRO. Everybody hates the LRO on base. Everyone hates the IDO, the installation deployment officer. They all hate the IDO when he tells them they got to deploy. But it beats wearing a diaper to work. That's all I have to say. I heard if you own a cat, they will let you have the electric can opener to notify them of the meal, but you have to open the cans by hand. Yeah, you see, we have 4. However, they're kind of shitheads. I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of shitheads. They tore into my daughter's bed, her brand new bed. All three of the beds in my house are Select Comfort beds. The air chamber things. Well, mine and my teenagers, because she kept the queen, they are like, mine has all the hydraulics and stuff underneath it, and my cats are smart enough to get the fuck away from them when the hydraulics start moving. So that works. My daughter's bed is plastic on the bottom because it's the old model. My younger daughter, her bed is the 360 frame, but they put that, they like made it look like a normal box mattress, and they put that cloth there. No, my fucking asshole cats tore that shit up so they can go up there and sleep and get away from us. So after today, I think I gotta just slide under the bed and tear all that. Cats are the definite assholes of the animal kingdom. Cats are living proof. Cats are living proof that the world is round. Cats are living proof that the world is round. Because if the world was flat, all the asshole cats would have just knocked us off the side already. Know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Cats over dogs. No, there's no need to be cats over dogs or dogs over cats. No, none of that. Some people are dog people. Some people are absolutely dog people. Some people are absolutely cat people. And it's okay. And it's like I tell parents, and you guys, around Christmas time, you guys know underneath the picture on the stream, there's a whole bunch of good shit on this channel. One of those things is the Jahlon on channel. It's Jahlon on life, Jahlon on college, Jahlon on Christmas pets. And in that video, I say, don't ever buy anybody a pet. If you're a grandparent, do not buy your kids a pet for your grandkids. Because that's bullshit, okay? That's fucking bullshit. If I don't want my kids to have a dog, there's a reason why I don't want my kids to have a dog. I got tired of listening to that bullshit of, you should get a dog for the kids. My kids don't want a fucking dog. My kids want to see your dog when they come here, but my kids are cat kids. My kids like cats. I broached the subject a couple of times with getting a dog. And every time I got that, what do you mean I'm going to be responsible to shovel shit? What do you mean I'm going to, exactly. Because I'm not a dog person. I like dogs. Dogs are great. But when I was young, my dad thought I needed a pet. I asked for a cat. I got a dog. And I said, I looked and I said, this is a really funny looking cat. He's like, yeah, we got your dog. Your mom doesn't like cats. And then I was like, but why the fuck did you get me a dog then? You could have got me a fish. Like, you got me a dog. Never give your kid a pet to teach responsibility. Let your kid get a pet when they've proven they are responsible. Cats keep critters out. Dogs keep humans out. Smith & Wesson keeps humans out as well. Shotgun keeps people out. Us bird people are always left out. You know, I don't understand bird people, Void Doc. I don't understand bird people. I'm not afraid of birds. Because obviously I can, like, a parakeet or a parrot, they don't scare me. Like, yeah, it depends on the bird. I mean, if you're talking like a hawk or like a bird of prey, that's a whole different type of, that probably will scare me. But like parakeets and parrots and what the other little fuckers that people have, cockatiels, they don't scare me. They don't scare me because I know that I can just grab it and I can grab a hold of it and I can hurt it. I can end its existence, so it doesn't scare me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not afraid of it. They just make me apprehensive. I'm afraid they're gonna, like, I'm not afraid. I have anxiety that they're gonna peck me, that they're gonna scratch me, and then I'm gonna backhand it and hurt the thing. So you know what I'm saying? So they don't. I don't understand bird people. Birds to me are little assholes. I've never known anybody that has a bird that's not a little asshole. Now, maybe they're just a little asshole while I'm over. Maybe I bring out the best in the bird. But I would never be a bird person. I would never be a bird person. So a woman goes out to buy a bird. And she goes, and there's 2 parrots at the bird store. One parrot is $100. One parrot is $1,000. And the woman says to the store owner, why does this one parrot cost $100 and one cost $1,000? The pet store owner says, well, the one that costs $100 already has a vocabulary, and he came from a brothel, and the brothel closed, and we ended up getting the parrot. The parrot it says a couple of inappropriate things, but if you're patient with the parrot, you're going to be able to teach him all new words, all new phrases. You gotta inspire him. You gotta educate him. And she's like, and what about the $1,000 parrot? Oh, that parrot doesn't have any vocabulary. And so it's going to be a fresh slate. And he's like, but I'll tell you what, I'll hook you up. I'll give you a discount. You just take this $100 parrot off my hands. And she takes the bird home, and the bird starts talking. And the first thing the bird says is the son walks in the front door. And the bird looks at the son. He's like 14. So clearly the parrot can give him the eye, telling he's a male. Parrot all looking at him. And the bird says, 2 for 1 special, 2 for 1 special, hot girls. And the wife is like, look, that's inappropriate. You can't say stuff like that. And the son goes to the room. And the daughter walks in the front door. It's like an 18-year-old daughter, slender, tall, parrot, looking at the daughter and says, time for your shift. Get on the pole. The mother runs over to the bird and shakes her finger at the bird and says, that's my daughter. That's not a stripper. That's inappropriate. And so the wife waits outside for the husband. The husband pulls into the driveway, and the wife says, honey, I want to let you know I got a parrot. But there's a couple of problems with the parrot, and you're going to see as soon as you walk in. The parrot says some pretty inappropriate things. And he says, okay, let's take a look at the parrot. And they walk in the house, and the parrot, giving the eye, says, hi, Frank. Some of you won't get it. There's a delay. Problem with telling jokes is there's a slight delay. There we go. The delay was over. Boy Doc got it. Now some of you are trying to piece that joke together. Be like, I don't get it. I gotta go watch it again in a clip. Good times. So something got delivered. Let me send a message downstairs so I don't have to jump up. There's other people here. Got some work. Dad was known as a brothel. Yeah. On a first name basis with the parrot. You live in a fucked up society. When a woman goes through college and gets a master's degree in speech pathology, but makes more as a stripper than as a speech pathologist, that's a true story. That's an absolute 100% true story. It's a fucked up society. All I'm hoping, guys, is that we all keep our heads down. We are all keeping our heads down until afternoon Eastern next Wednesday. Anybody that's not an American, if you say prayers, pray for us. 5 more days. 5 more days. 5 days. Come on. 5 days. Stop disrespecting strippers. It's a very demanding. I don't disrespect strippers. I don't disrespect strippers. All I ever say is anybody that disrespects a stripper, I just look at them and who's ever disrespected them and I say, can you get your ass up on that pole? Because I don't understand what all the hate's about. You get Wednesday off because of how close you are to the Capitol? Yeah, no shit. Oh, are you supposed to, hold up, are you supposed to go? Or are you just supposed to keep your head down? No, grumpy old man. No. No. Hi. You want to be seen? You want to be shown off? Almost the end of the show. Why? It's Cloud. You guys know Cloud. He's the shy one. He doesn't understand. I've started doing 5-hour shows. So at the 4-hour mark, he starts pacing back and forth. And he's trying to figure out why I'm still streaming. Because usually after the show, I play with the cats. I play with the cats. Oh yeah, I remember that. Every 4 years, the traffic is terrible, so they give the government folks the day off. I remember that. Because I got transferred control. I got transferred active duty. I got transferred operational control for the day because I wasn't at the Pentagon. I was in Ohio, and so yeah, I do remember that. I absolutely do remember that. All the Pentagon workers and stuff get told to just stay the fuck with their heads down. Grumpy old man uses his own product. That's why he's only grumpy and not Jahlon. Strippers help the community. I've been letting my daughters know it's a very easy way to be a stripper, then go to an accredited college. If they invest correctly, they don't even have to worry about the aging problem. Yeah. Looky, but no touchy. I mean, am I going to play Ashes? Yes, I'm going to play Ashes. I am a content creator for Ashes. I have played Ashes. I have played in Alpha Zero. I have played in APOC. I have, of course, been invited by virtue of being an Intrepid pack holder. I was invited by virtue because I have an Intrepid pack. It's logical that I played in December. I haven't admitted that I played in December, but it's logical that I was invited to play in December. With that said, we have our last battle of the day. Let's do this. Let's do this. There's a lot of you. There's 57 of you and 9 of them. Let's do it. Let's just start tearing down buildings. Oh no, turtle's out. Oh no, that turtle. Kill the turtle. 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 I'm gonna stab the turtle in the ass. Stab the turtle in the ass. Boom. Money. Oh, where's my... No, we're done. Good. So, good job on this. Good job on this. Good job on this. And that is going to be a wrap for today, guys. It is 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, or Eastern whatever the fuck time it is right now. I'm going to go be a dad. I'm going to go be a husband. I'm going to go hang out with my kids. We got to get dinner ordered. You guys have been great. We had a lot of fun today. We had a lot of good conversations. We did a little educational stuff at the beginning of the show. We talked a lot about mortgages at the beginning of the show. If you guys have any questions about Ashes of Creation, you can always get in touch with me on my Discord. I am Jahlon, #0001. Don't forget, if you look down below this charming face with the boy who lived scar from losing a fight with a door, that still embarrasses the shit out of me. And of course, it fucking is going to scar. I'm going to have a fucking permanent scar on my forehead from losing a fight with a door. And I wasn't even mad. It's not like I hit the door. I just caught it off my foot. I will see you guys again on Monday. I have an Ashes video I'm working on that's going to take most of my time tomorrow. Until then, be safe, drink lots of water. It's 5 o'clock Eastern, so it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Enjoy your adult libations, and make sure you swing over to the official Ashes of Creation Discord and watch me lose my mind when dealing with people who have really, really bad logical arguments. You guys take care. I will see you next time.